Cabinet Secretary for Education. Number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a list of schools approved and designated as junior secondary school centers in Mwingi Central constituency? Number 2, what measures has the ministry instituted to improve the quality of education and the performance in the constituency? Number 3, considering that Mwingi Central constituency is currently experiencing drought following the failure of long rains, could the ministry consider a free school feeding program in schools in the constituency with a view to ensuring that children attend school? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Education. This is a question by private notice, so an answer should be brought as quickly as is practically possible, if possible tomorrow or Tuesday. Who is the chair? Where is any member of the committee? Yes, Mama Tongei, you inform your chair to bring the answer on Tuesday. Honorable Peter Nabulindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development the following question. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why over 500 former employees of Mias Sugar Company whose contracts were terminated have not been paid their dues totaling to 2.3 billion from May 2017 to date? Secondly, what steps has the ministry taken to ensure that the said former employees receive their dues, including arrears, without any further delay? And finally, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the said former employees of Mias Sugar Company who occupies the company's houses were served with eviction orders in September 2021 by the Sarai Group, who are the investors right now, despite court orders stopping their eviction until they have been paid their dues? The question is replied by the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Chair, Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Are you in the House? Convey that to the chair. Member for Kiambu, Mashua Waithaka. Is there a constituency called Kiambu? Kiambu Town?
Kiambu Town.
Kiambu Town.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, give me this opportunity. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport the following question. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report of the infrastructural development plans that the ministry has put in place to expand Kiambu Road into a dual carriageway in a bid to ease the heavy traffic snaps experienced along the said road? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the timelines within which the said plans will be implemented to bear fruit and save the country the many man-hours currently wasted in traffic? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That question goes to the Chair, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Is the Chair in the House? Any member of the committee will communicate to your Chair. Member for Taraka, George Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to ask question number 6 of 2023, directed to the Teacher Service Commission. Could the Commission, number 1, explain why the curriculum support officers, popularly known as CSOs, are managed by the Teacher Service Commission in the same manner as teachers, yet they are technical support. They offer technical support. Number 2, state why the said officers are graded at a lower cadre of the secretariat staff in the organogram of TSC secretariat. Number 3, state the reason why CSOs have never been promoted since the time of engagement and first deployment by the TSC, despite the existence of career progression guidelines of 2019. And number 4, what plans has the Commission instituted to promote, facilitate, and equip CSOs? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Committee on Education, or any member thereof, inform your chair, Ms. Tongay. Member for Mhaya, Mboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 007 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education again. Could the Cabinet Secretary state when the contractors who constructed classrooms meant for junior secondary school learners in various schools countrywide will be paid, and whether they will be compensated for the delayed payment? Number 2, what plans has the ministry put in place to ensure that suppliers of goods and services are paid promptly within the contract period in order to reduce the ever-rising pending bills owed by the government and particularly the Ministry of Education? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the ministry is yet to certify certain institutions to host junior secondary school, JSS, to address inadequacy of junior secondary schools and state measures put in place to ensure 100% transition from primary to junior secondary school is achieved? And number 4, what action has the ministry taken regarding extra charges being levied by junior secondary schools, including but not limited to purchase of new uniforms? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Committee on Education, any member thereof? Education, inform your chair. Next, member from Mwingi North, Paul Zengu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to ask a question number 008 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. Could the Cabinet Secretary state when the contractor awarded tender number KAA stroke 0T stroke Sekuru stroke 0119 stroke 2021-2022 for the construction of Sekuru airstrip is expected to be on site for the commencement of the work on the said project? And number 2 of that question is, what is the expected date of completion of the said project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Any member thereof to inform your chair of the question? Next, member for Teso North, Oku Kaunya. Member for Teso North, Oku Kaunya. Question dropped. We go back to Honorable Mwalio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand under Standing Order number 33 to request for an adjournment motion, aware of the great public interest and national concern that the lesbian and gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queers, LGBTIQ, has attracted, and noting the impact the matter has on the youth and the vulnerable persons in our society, I hereby request your office to schedule time to discuss the matter on the floor of the House. I wish to seek leave to have the matter considered this afternoon. I thank you, Speaker.
Do you have the requisite support? Yes. By 20 members?
Yes. We are supporting. Yes, we are supporting. Yes, we are supporting. Yes.
Order.
Yes.
Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order, you may take your seats. Order, you may take your seats, honorable members. You may take your seats. Yes. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, that is order. Order, honorable members. Can you reserve your excitement to the motion time? Honorable members, the support for the request by Honorable Mwalio is overwhelming. And the chair will avail you time, 1 hour to the end of time. But depending on how we run our business of the day, there is coming appropriations bill, which is a mirror of the motion that you passed yesterday. If you plow through the appropriations bill faster than we expect, then I will give you much more time than 1 hour to debate this very important national issue. So in the event business goes on, 1 hour to the end of time, we'll stop and invite the Honorable Mwalio to move the House. In case we finish earlier, I'll give him the time at the time we stop. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, reduction of publication period of a bill.
The Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm moving a procedural motion on the reduction of publication period of a bill that, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 120, that this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Supplementary Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, from 7 days to 1 day, Mr. Speaker. And the reason for this, Mr. Speaker, is that yesterday we extensively debated the supplementary estimates. We'll actually also have an opportunity to do that today as we move the appropriations bill. But the reason for reduction, Mr. Speaker, is that the majority of members who belong to various departmental committees have been interacting with the various MDAs that they oversight. And Mr. Speaker, the urgency that has come from these committees is that majority of these MDAs currently are idle. And therefore we need to unlock the resources, number one, to action them to continue offering service to the Kenyan people, but also number two, Mr. Speaker, that this appropriations bill that we are moving today, Mr. Speaker, is unlocking a lot of money that would otherwise be going around in terms of in the pockets of the Kenyan people by unlocking, for example, the pending bills. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am seeking that this House, that we reduce the publication period from the usual 7 days to 1 day, because members already have interacted with the content of the appropriations bill, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, my prayer. And I request Honorable Atadi to second.
Andy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second. And Honorable Speaker, let me just add something on top of what the Chair of Budget has said. Chair, Speaker, we have about 3 months to the end of this financial year. And Chair, you realize that we have already started discussing BPS. And we need, first of all, to do away with this, clear this supplementary budget, and then we can now focus on BPS. And secondly, Chair, Speaker, you're aware that the country is facing a lot of problems, especially the drought issues. Some of the resources that we have placed in this supplementary budget are going to help our people in the areas of drought, and also the insecurity in the North Rift. So, Chair, these are some of the reasons that we feel this publication needs to be reduced to 1 day, and I second. Thank you.
Order, honorable members, I propose the question. Interest in debating this. I'll put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, from 7 days to 1 day. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order. Yes, Honorable Dr. Nyikal, what is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me opportunity. I want to raise a matter which I believe is really important for this House. Mr. Speaker, we have no access from the main Parliament building to the Continental House offices. The route which we used to go through the police now is restricted. Through County Hall, it is restricted. Now members have to go all the way to Professional Center. And it does look to me like the gate across is ready and we go through. So, Mr. Speaker, I think me and I believe other people must be feeling the stress of having to walk all the way back and forth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the Honorable Patrick Makau in the House? I direct you as the chair of development issues in the Commission to ensure that members are not inconvenienced in going to their offices, going to the gym, and going to Continental House.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm quite sorry what happened this afternoon. I've just received the same complaints from Honorable Wangwe. And Mr. Chair, I spoke to the security manager of the institution, and we have agreed there was a security itch yesterday, and that's why it was locked. But we have agreed this afternoon that gate that we used to use going to Continental House will be opened and availed to members of Parliament. There will be a guard. So, Honorable Nyikal and all members, from today, this afternoon, and tomorrow, it will be easy and accessible for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an Act of Parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the Consolidated Fund and their application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2023, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, second reading.
Chairman, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to move the Supplementary Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the members for the very robust engagement that you had yesterday in considering the estimates. And because, Mr. Speaker, even prior to having an opportunity to serve in the Budget and Appropriations Committee, possibly I could also not understand a lot of what happens in terms of processes. And some members could be wondering, then what is it that we passed yesterday and what are we doing today? Mr. Speaker, what we passed yesterday are the estimates, and for that to become now law, Mr. Speaker, we need to put it in a bill, which, as you said earlier, Mr. Speaker, it is just the reflection of the issues that we were discussing yesterday. There are no changes other than semantics, but we need now to actualize that by putting it into an appropriations bill, and that is the bill that we are, Mr. Speaker, dealing with today. Mr. Speaker, I'll just say a few things because we had an opportunity to say much more yesterday, so that even the time that could be there, other members who never got an opportunity yesterday can get an opportunity to say something about the supplementary estimates and supplementary appropriations bill today. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is that in this administration, and even as we craft the budget, as the house that makes the budget, we are focusing more on production. Mr. Speaker, for us to be able to solve the myriad of problems that our economy is going through, Mr. Speaker, our focus must be on production. And the way we are looking at production as the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and Mr. Speaker, even what we have been able to table in this House and what we are currently debating today, our focus has primarily been on production. And Mr. Speaker, on production, on the onset, we are focusing on the primary production, and the primary production is that what deals with raw materials and production of things that are raw in nature. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we have given a lot of resources and a lot of weight in production based in agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, I would request that members improve upon this issue in a robust manner. When we talk about agriculture, sometimes we confuse agriculture with farming. Mr. Speaker, in the agricultural value chain, farming accounts for just around 20 to 25%. The activities that farmers do in their farms, sometimes we confuse that to agriculture. That is just one segment within the value chain of agriculture, which is purely farming. And Mr. Speaker, there are other processes within the value chain of agriculture. Warehousing is part of agriculture. Transportation is part of agriculture. Breeding and bleeding is part of agriculture. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, our focus is on the entire value chain so that we can have as much value being retained around in terms of within the country, and especially having a lot of value pushed to where the farmer is, so that, Mr. Speaker, the farmer's sweat and the farmer's hard work, that can be commensurated with the kind of value they get out of farming, which is within the value chain of agriculture. Mr. Speaker, also, our focus number two is on the secondary production. The secondary production, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to adding value to whatever we have, whatever raw material that we have, whatever raw production that we do, in terms of how we can add value into that. And Mr. Speaker, that is primarily manufacturing. Manufacturing has various stages, but we have looked at it as a block, Mr. Speaker, from very basic production in terms of secondary production within manufacturing to as much as robust, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, our focus is on how, even as we add value in terms of primary production, how much more value can we retain by also incorporating secondary production, Mr. Speaker, that is purely manufacturing in nature. The other one is tertiary, and tertiary, Mr. Speaker, is in regards to the services around the first two that I gave. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of this House to how our economy currently is. Our economy, as it currently operates, Mr. Speaker, is that the drivers of our economy is actually the public sector. It is the government. And the other number two, Mr. Speaker, the driver of our economy is what I would call facilitative arm of the economy, where if you look at the growth on fintech, the growth in service industry, Mr. Speaker, we have had now the productive side leapfrogging the facilitative side, where we have very innovative people. We have banks now that are now in our phones. We have very robust fintech products like M-Pesa. We have a growing service sector in terms of insurance, in terms of banking. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to be aware of the fact that the facilitative side of the economy should serve the productive side. And when we have the facilitative side of the economy growing much faster than the real productive side, then there is a problem. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I send money from my phone to the other person, there is no value I create. The only thing I do, or that app does, is to facilitate efficiency within the economy. And therefore, we need to also focus on the real production. And that production is what we have focused on in terms of agriculture, in terms of manufacturing, so that the facilitative side can grow in tandem with the real productive side of the economy. And what we have done, Mr. Speaker, in regards to that, is that we have also looked at the enablers. As we talk about production, as we talk about adding value to our gross production, what are the enablers? And that is the reason why, Mr. Speaker, we were able to salvage 10 billion Kenya shillings from whatever area we could save to push that money into roads so that we can have the economy running smoothly. Because the essence of roads, Mr. Speaker, is not just for social travel. The essence of road and other infrastructure is that the economy runs on them. And, Mr. Speaker, that is why we put money onto the roads. Because whatever we carry from our farms, whatever we carry from our industries, majority of it, Mr. Speaker, passes through our roads. And that is the same reason that we unlocked 12 billion Kenya shillings from the annuity fund so that we can push the same resources into making sure that the contractors go back to site to finish on our roads projects. Mr. Speaker, the reason why we exist as this House, as an arm of government, and the other reason that every other civil servant exists, from the highest to the top, to those at the lower cadre, we do not exist to serve the machinery of government. The machinery of government does not exist to self-serve. This machinery exists to serve the needs of the Kenyan people. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are focusing on having a lean government, because the government is the machinery for service, so that we can push as much resources into the areas that touches on the common person, the people who labor, the people, Mr. Speaker, who work hard, and the people who pay taxes, the very dignified citizens of the Republic of Kenya. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, we have looked at specific areas and targets. And I want to enumerate some of them that are already in the appropriations bill, Mr. Speaker, that we are passing today. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is that through this appropriations bill, we are unlocking a very robust project, which is the coolers project. And these coolers, Mr. Speaker, they have been mapped to go to every constituency represented here, and especially every constituency that has got dairy farming that happens in those constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated Kenya shillings 500 million, which is counterpart funding, because we have the Polish government providing 9.5 billion to that project, Mr. Speaker, and therefore we are going to have a 10 billion project that will supply coolers to our farmers as part of value addition within the agricultural value chain. Mr. Speaker, this is a very robust program. The government of Kenya, through this appropriations bill, is only contributing 5% counterpart funding, which is already provided. Number two, some of the areas that I wish to mention among the many. Mr. Speaker, through food security, it is a shame that our economy is agrarian in nature. If you ask any child in any business class, even in class 1, our economy is deemed to be an economy that rides on agriculture. Mr. Speaker, it is an oxymoron and a paradox that an economy that is based on agriculture has challenges in feeding its people. And Mr. Speaker, this cuts across many economies across. Majority of the economies that are premised on agriculture has problems feeding their people. And actually the economies that focuses on other productions other than agriculture, their people have problems of overfeeding. Mr. Speaker, that is a paradox. And to reverse that paradox, Mr. Speaker, we have pushed resources into specific areas within food production. Number one, there is a project that had been abandoned in Tana River, Mr. Speaker, undertaken by TARDA. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 500 million Kenya shillings that will go into production of rice, because there is no way we can perpetuate importation of rice when we have capacity to unlock the projects that we already have in that regard. Mr. Speaker, through this appropriations bill also, we have unlocked another very serious project, which is called Bura 1. This is also an abandoned project, which we have pushed 300 million Kenya shillings to be able to activate that project, Mr. Speaker, to spur up rice production in our country. That rice production, Mr. Speaker, will also be happening in Tana River. And I want to confirm to this House that within our country, some of the areas that we see as far-flung, Mr. Speaker, they could be the saviors of our country, just like what Los Angeles did to the US. Mr. Speaker, some of these areas are productive. They only need some simple mechanization for them to add into the basket, and especially the basket of food. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to mention one other project that the President of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, promised to the people of Kisumu and Homa Bay. Mr. Speaker, there are always challenges when the very dignified citizens of Kenya move from the mainland into the islands, Mr. Speaker, within Lake Victoria. They have challenges with very unsafe boats. Mr. Speaker, the President promised that the people of that area will have a ferry to be able to facilitate them, Mr. Speaker, to move from the mainland into the islands. And Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to this House that through this appropriations bill, we have allocated Kenya shillings 300 million for the purchase of ferries, Mr. Speaker, to be able to facilitate trade and movement within Homa Bay and Kisumu counties through Lake Victoria. Mr. Speaker, through the same visit that the President had, he got, Mr. Speaker, opinions from the leaders who are actually in this House. And I want to confirm that we have put in the initial budget to be able to build Homa Bay Kapude airstrip, Mr. Speaker. And that will also be starting very soon, because that money is already in the appropriations bill. And I can say Dr. Nikal is resonating with what I'm enumerating. Mr. Speaker, also, in terms of creating value by having the young people of Kenya engaged in productive areas, we have also allocated through this appropriations bill Kenya shillings 1.3 billion, Mr. Speaker, to be able to facilitate additional infrastructure within Athi River EPZ-A. Mr. Speaker, we already have many investors lined up who are willing to invest in garment and apparel sector. And Mr. Speaker, you know for sure that the economies that have actually advanced even up to now, their basis of manufacturing was the basic manufacturing. And basic manufacturing, Mr. Speaker, cuts across apparels, garments, and areas around clothing. And Mr. Speaker, we have facilitated EPZ to build more sheds for the investors who are already lined up to employ the majority of the Kenyan youth who will be engaged in those EPZ sheds. Mr. Speaker, just for the clarification for members who were not here yesterday, I want to reinforce that we have been in talks with the Treasury, and they have already released Kenya shillings 14 billion to NGCDF board. Mr. Speaker, by close of this week, we anticipate that every constituency should be having no less than 45 million to be able to disburse bursaries. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, I'll talk about GAF. I can hear lovely voices from the very able women reps. I'll talk about it. In this appropriations bill, Mr. Speaker, we have also added two things in regards to NGCDF and GAF. And starting with GAF, the women reps in this House, they are very aware that their activities have been handicapped in the past because of coordinators and because the money that are already provided, we needed some funds to unlock that money. We have provided enough money for that in that regard, in terms of coordinators and in terms of facilitating the unlocking of the monies that are already provided in the main budget. That has already happened through this appropriations bill. And in regards to NGCDF, Mr. Speaker, there are over 200 constituencies which have arrears for the last financial year to a tune of 12 million per constituency. Mr. Speaker, through this appropriations bill, when the President assents to it by Friday, we are going to unlock the 12 million per constituency which are in arrears, and they should be paid anytime after the assent of this bill by His Excellency the President. We have provided Kenya shillings 2.9 billion in that regard, and we have actually factored in entirety the entire arrears in terms of NGCDF. Mr. Speaker, as I come to the finish, the other very important matters that we have done, I talked about the teachers yesterday. We have passed Article 223 expenditure in regards to the teachers' recruitment, which is ongoing in terms of JSS, junior secondary schools. And we have also allocated, Mr. Speaker, through this appropriations bill, an additional 9 billion Kenya shillings for capitation for JSS. And we have done this because the essence of JSS and CBC is that we do not want to push the burden to parents. And the President gave us direct commitments that he wants the JSS learners and the parents not to carry extra burden. And therefore, the government is capitalizing every learner through capitation, monies that we have already put in this appropriations bill to a tune of 9 billion Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, there are many other areas which I will leave for the members to get an opportunity to comment on, and I wish to move, Mr. Speaker, and if you permit, I can call the seconder. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to request Honorable Dan Mwashako to second this appropriations bill.
Honorable Mwashako.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to second this appropriation bill. Honorable Speaker, I first want to say that we know at the moment there is so little activity going on in the country, because without government spending, Kenya money in circulation as a country, it is depressed, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Speaker, I am glad that this afternoon we have an opportunity to debate and even conclude on this supplementary bill that will unlock funding to government projects, that will unlock funding to MDAs, so that government can implement projects that in the same as the implement project, Honorable Speaker, will have an opportunity to have money in circulation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my chair has done justice to this topic. I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this supplementary budget of this first supplementary budget under the new administration has taken care of about 3 items that are so important where the country is at the moment. Honorable Speaker, there is 6 billion shillings that has been allocated to go into drought mitigation, which at the moment you know the situation the country is facing. We have almost every corner of this country, we have a drought that is ravaging every area, and Kenyans are suffering because they're not able to do their normal, get the normal food, and even the food baskets have been affected. So this 6 billion, Honorable Speaker, has been allocated for food relief. Some of us come from ASAL areas, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we are calling upon government. The immediate, this supplementary budget is passed and signed into law, we expect that suffering Kenyans need to get this food, and therefore all the apparatus of government that are concerned in the distribution must move in fast to save lives, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we know the confusion that is going on right now under junior secondary. This supplementary budget has allocated 9.2 billion shillings to go and sort out the mess we find in the junior secondary space, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we know capitation in this country for our students in schools. In primary school, definitely this capitation is very little. But now that junior secondary is domiciled in primary schools, we expect now even the primary school to now have sufficient funds, Honorable Speaker, to make them viable, Honorable Speaker. Because we have primary schools, Honorable Speaker, that have very low enrollment. And therefore, the little money they receive under primary school capitation is never enough to run the schools, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without saying much, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the most important thing that this government needs to give us is value for money. And therefore, we want to call upon all the implementation agencies and ministries to make sure that every coin that this August House appropriates is used according to what is envisaged in this appropriation bill, Honorable Speaker. We know that there's been a lot of wastage, we know there's been corruption, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, for Kenyans to get value for the money that this House is appropriating, we are calling upon all the implementation agencies and everyone, every stakeholder who is involved in running projects and programs of government to make sure that they give value to Kenyans, to make sure that they minimize wastage, and make sure that they do everything above board, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I sit, I'm also excited about the opportunity that this appropriation bill gives to CDF, the money that has been allocated to CDF. I know there are arrears. Most constituencies had arrears for the last financial year, 2021-2022. And now that 2.9 billion has been allocated to go into unlocking the arrears under NGCDF, it's something that is welcomed. And I know women reps are also excited about the money that is in this appropriation bill. And therefore, as a country, I know now we are set to move 4 months to the next, about 3 months to the next budget. The only thing that we call upon, Honorable Speaker, in the next budget as a House, we must be asking ourselves how balanced these budgets are, so that then we achieve what we call a balanced growth across the country, Honorable Speaker. With those many words, Honorable Speaker, I stand to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Before I propose the question, Honorable members, I wish to acknowledge in the public gallery the presence of students from Mwiki Primary School, Ruiru in Kiambu, students from Molo Academy Boys Secondary School, Molo in Nakuru. On your behalf and on my own behalf, I welcome the students to the House of Parliament. Honorable members, I now propose the question. Order, Honorable Atandi. Honorable Atandi. I propose the question that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, be now read a second time. Do you want to debate or to put the question? I've noted the mood. Let me hear your leaders, then I put the question. Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you that the mood of the House is fairly clear. But that notwithstanding, let me just add 1 or 2 words to this debate. Mr. Speaker, this bill is obviously a matter of, if you ask me, a formality. That for you to give effect to the supplementary estimates, you must actually pass this bill. Otherwise, the approval of the estimates becomes something done in vain. And therefore, I will support it. But Mr. Speaker, there is something we need to take more seriously. Because I listened keenly to the chairman talk about value addition and manufacturing and supportive sectors and so on and so forth. And I agree with him. But we must, as a matter of priority going forward, even as we pass this bill, relook at the issue of the cost of energy in this country. Because unless we address the issue of the cost of energy, we shall never make any progress in terms of developing our manufacturing sector. As we speak, it is almost common knowledge that the energy sector has been captured by cartels. Cartels that are little, Mr. Speaker. Little. And these cartels have been able to transit from one regime to another, to another, and to another. I would be surprised that as we speak, they have already captured this new regime. I won't be surprised. I'm not saying I've got evidence, but I won't be surprised. These cartels are dangerous creatures. And therefore, as a house, we must guard the courage to deal with them once and for all, if only to rein in the spiraling cost of energy. There is no way we are ever going to be competitive as a country vis-a-vis other countries. You remember the other day, in fact yesterday, there was a demonstration, massive demonstration, by Kenyan traders. And they are right. Those Kenyan traders were right to demonstrate. But we must go to the root cause of their demonstration. Their demonstration is not just about Chinese. It is because of the fact that even if they are to sell the goods they have brought from China, there is no way they are going to make money if the cost of energy remains the way it is. In a sense, energy determines everything else. The cost of energy determines everything else in the economy. And therefore, even as to condemn the Chinese, also let's look inwards. Yes, let's look inwards and see where we have contributed to this mess. And I'm happy Honorable Gikaria is agreeing with me, the chairman of Energy Emeritus. Yes, the cartels in the energy sector must be dealt with ruthlessly. I am aware that there are managers and players and people in the energy sagas who are doing what we would call the internal trading. They are doing business irregularly with their entities. And very soon I'll be tabling reports here, damning reports. No, these days I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, that my office has been fully capacitated, is fully enabled to undertake very serious exercises, including forensic audits, Mr. Speaker. Very soon I'll be tabling damning reports here on how people who are in charge of these energy sagas are doing business regularly with those very sagas. They are basically part of the cartels I'm talking about. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we must also actually understand that those Chinese companies, like the one you're talking about on Thika Road, they're just the faces. The real owners, you know, are Kenyans. The real owners are Kenyans, and some of them are even here in this house. Yes, Mr. Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support. Thank you. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Wandai. I now give to the majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe just to correct Honorable Pio Wandai, the people demonstrating yesterday over Chinese issues are not on things being manufactured in Kenya. It is unfair trade practices by Chinese business people who have refused Kenyans access to the Chinese market and allowed the Chinese to have unfettered access into the Kenyan market. And I want to inform the Honorable Leader of Minority that the government of Kenya is well apprised of the issue. This morning we had a meeting with representatives of the Nyamakima River Road traders that was chaired by none other than the Deputy President and included all agencies of government, including KEBS, KRA, Anti-Counterfeit Authority, and all other relevant agencies. And government is working hard to look into solutions to that issue. Honorable Speaker, we did pass the Budget and Appropriations Report yesterday, which is now what has enabled us to prepare this appropriations bill. And there isn't much that we can say other than what we said yesterday in terms of the budget-making process and approval of this appropriations bill. Upon passage of this bill, Honorable Speaker, we shall be able now to access the monies as when His Excellency the President assents to the bill to become the Appropriations Act of Supplementary 1. And governments, agencies and departments and ministries will now be able to access funds to be able to spur the economic growth that we were speaking about yesterday. But significantly, Honorable Speaker, yesterday as we passed the report, there was also reports of the cabinet meeting of yesterday morning. And I have seen a number of media houses misreport a resolution by cabinet. And because we are the budget-making house, we have responsibility to correct misreporting by the media. And Honorable Speaker, Some of these media houses have become notorious. This afternoon, the Chief Whip has just tabled reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of a number of constituencies for the financial year ended 2021. Let me just say this, Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, because we have a number of new members of Parliament whose first audit reports will be tabled before this House, hopefully by mid next year, after the audits that will be done after you are taking office. Please, don't allow yourself to be blackmailed or to be intimidated by any person in the media. I had occasion, some of them are calling members of Parliament, oh, we have seen an audit report of your NGCDF committee. I can see already members nodding, so a number of them have been called. And there are issues that you need to talk to us about. Members of Parliament are not accounting officers of NGCDF, and they have no business. If there are issues to do with the audit of NGCDF, those are issues to be dealt with by the accounting officers that are the fund account managers in your respective constituencies. Therefore, don't allow some of these cheap media houses to blackmail you for small bribes so that they don't. Tell them, like I told the one who was approaching some members, I told them, go put it on your headline in your funny newspaper that you don't even sell, you distribute for free. Anyway, Honorable Speaker, I was on the media because the same media house today is misreporting the resolution by cabinet of coming up with a debt anchor and misreporting that the government of Kenya now is raising the debt ceiling. And far from it, I don't know whether it's because the writer does not understand that the debt anchor simply relates to a debt to GDP ratio that defines the optimal or desirable debt carrying capacity of an economy. And it's that simple. And we are saying our debt carrying capacity, our optimal or desired debt carrying capacity, will now be anchored at 55% of GDP in net present value terms. Maybe it's too much economics for some of these writers and journalists, but I would encourage them. And allow me, Mr. Speaker, to mention the People newspaper, because it is the People newspaper I am talking about. They either MediaMax, the same media house that has the famed Kamehameha FM, that the other day was fighting Our Lady members of Parliament, telling them that they are wearing vitenges.
Honorable Andai, what is the problem?
He wants to defend.
The Speaker, just need your guidance on this. No, Chunga is my friend. But then, you know, under the standing orders, we are not supposed to impute improper motive on persons who cannot have the chance to defend themselves for this House without following the normal process. And you know, newspapers, media houses are legal persons, the Speaker. And therefore, would I be in order to ask that you ask the Honorable Leader of Majority to approach this matter in the correct manner by following the standing orders as clearly indicated there. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I understand the Leader of Minority has to defend the ownership of that particular media house and the persons who own it by virtue of the owners being the chairman or outgoing chairman of the Azimio Council of Elders or something like that. But truth be told, if a journalist in a media house doesn't understand simple things, let us just use this opportunity on the floor of Parliament, because we have some fiduciary duty also to put things in the right perspective.
You've made your point.
And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to state for the benefit of the country that the debt anchor that the cabinet resolved on yesterday, currently as we speak, our debt to GDP ratio was at 62.7%. With this supplementary budget and this appropriations bill that you are moving today, that has come down now to 60% of GDP. And we are saying our desired and optimal debt to GDP level, we want to anchor it at 55%, so that whenever, as our economy grows, whenever you go above the 55% threshold, then something signals that things are not going all right, and we have to do something even as a house. Today, we are 9.14 trillion. against the 10 trillion mark that we put, an absolute figure that basically, if you ask what is the basis of the 10 trillion shillings, it's nothing, and it's just a figure. Therefore, it's good for all Kenyans, including those who write and commentate on economic matters, to at least have the courtesy and decency to engage with those who are in the know. And if they can't engage with the National Treasury, I'm sure there are also think houses, economic think houses in this house that they can engage with that would guide them to understand these things, other than misreport things that are misleading to Kenyans. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, allow me to support the passage of this appropriations bill and ask, like we did yesterday, Honorable Speaker, that upon the assent of this bill, that committees of this House, because we have now all been inducted into our work, especially the oversight committees, that we shall take up our work to oversight the implementation of this budget, to ensure that whatever we pass in this House is implemented by government in line with what was intended at the time we did this budget. Because it will not be enough to just say that we are the budget-making House, pass budgets, and leave it then to government ministries and departments to implement as they wish, without meaningful and useful oversight over the ministries. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we did pass the report yesterday, and that report has certain recommendations. And as I did yesterday, I once again want to challenge our committees. Please go through that report. All the issues, including those issues on Article 223, please let us see our public accounts, public investments, and our departmental committees pick up all the issues that the Budget and Appropriations Committee has been very kind and courteous to guide us on with the recommendations that they have in that report. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you. I promised you that I'll give to your leaders, then put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, be now read the second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and their application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2023, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes. Order number.
Mover, I didn't invite you to reply. I rescind the question. I think you should blame it on Honorable Bukose, who is constantly calling on the Speaker to put the question. Mover, reply briefly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity.
Yes.
And I implore upon Honorable Dr. Bukose to desist from confusing the Honorable Chair. Honorable Mr. Speaker, as I reply, I just wish to mention one thing that was mentioned by Honorable Opio Wadai, who is a very objective member of Parliament and doing his work in terms of oversight on the cost of electricity and power in this country. There are many considerations that we have to make as a country, as an economy, because the major part of the cost of power and the cost of energy is actually based on demand. When we increase our capacity to absorb extra capacity, currently we have installed capacity of around 3,000 megawatts. Mr. Speaker, for an economy to be able to access cheap power, we, number one, have to make mechanisms of increasing demand for power itself. And the reason I'm saying that, Mr. Speaker, is that when you produce less capacity, then in terms of per capita and in terms of per unit, then the cost goes high. If you compare our installed capacity of 3,000 megawatts with that, for example, of South Africa, South Africa has around 64 gigawatts of installed power. When you go to South Korea, it is around 120 gigawatts installed capacity. And therefore, the work we are doing is to increase the demand side of power. Because when you increase the demand side, then the power you produce in bulk has got areas that can be absorbed in. And therefore, unit cost of power then consequently goes down. And I'm sure we are already aligning in regards to that. Mr. Speaker, also, in terms of debt, I also want to add the voice onto that, because yesterday our cabinet set and they made proposals in regards to the debt benchmark. Every country, instead of setting an aggregate figure in terms of the debt ceiling, you know, economy is a moving target. Our GDP keeps on rising. Our production keeps on rising. When you anchor debt in terms of an aggregate figure, then you are not giving credence to the fact that economy is a moving target. Therefore, most of the advanced economies, what they do for fiscal prudence is to put a benchmark that also moves in the tandem of the movement of the economy. And therefore, instead of the aggregate figure, then having a debt to GDP ratio is more preferable, because even the economy changes. And therefore, our debt or the cabinet never approved anything around taking the debt appetite up. It is actually in terms of reducing. We have already demonstrated that we have reduced our deficit currently. We have demonstrated further that through this supplementary budget, we have actually reduced our deficit, fiscal deficit, to 5.7, when actually even IMF have recommended 6.2 and 5.8. But as a responsible government, we have actually reduced that through this appropriations bill to 5.7% of our GDP. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I reply.
Now I can appropriately put the question. That the Supplemental Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, be now read the second time. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and their application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2023, and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes.
Honorable members, before we go to committee, I have some guidance from the chair in relation to proposed amendments to the bill. Honorable members, before the House proceeds to the next order, which is the consideration of the Supplemental Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, in the committee of the whole House, I wish to offer following guidance with respect to amendments proposed by members and the application of the provisions of Article 114(2) of the Constitution. Honorable members, I have received notices of proposed amendments from the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro MP, and from the Honorable Patrick Kingola MP, on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Commission, for consideration during the Committee of the whole House on the Supplemental Appropriations Bill 2023. Honorable members, as you are aware, Article 114(2) of the Constitution provides that, and I quote, if, in the opinion of the Speaker, a motion makes provision for a matter listed in the definition of a money bill, the Assembly may proceed only in accordance with the recommendation of the relevant committee after taking into account the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance. Under Sub-Article 3 of Article 114, a money bill includes matters that contain provisions dealing with inter alia, the imposition of charges on the public fund, the appropriation, receipt, custody, investment, or issue of public money, and the raising and guaranteeing of any loan or its repayment. In this regard, a supplemental appropriation bill, being one that deals with appropriation of funds, is clearly a money bill. Therefore, its consideration in the House squarely falls within the confines of Article 114 of the Constitution, as well as other provisions relating to the processing of legislation in the House. Having said that, honorable members, as you will notice in today's order paper, the supplementary order paper with you, the amendments by the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which seeks to relocate funds to a program in one vote, vote D1104, State Department of Irrigation, from a program in another vote, vote D1109, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, while the amendments proposed by the member for Mavoko constituents on vote D2043, Parliamentary Joint Services, and vote R2042, the National Assembly, are relocation across the budget of Parliament and have no effect on the overall estimates for the financial year 2022-2023. In view of the foregoing and having consulted the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I have allowed for the amendments to be moved during the Committee of the Whole House on the bill as they are in line with the contravention with the provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, honorable members. Order be upstanding, honorable members.
Okay, members, we are now in the Committee of the Whole House for the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023. It's a short one, so just be in the House. We shall not take a very long time.
Clause 2.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. No, there is an amendment, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, that the first schedule be amended in respect of the vote D1104, State Department for Irrigation, by deleting figure 13,125,000 appearing under program 10-15-000, water storage and flood control, in respect of development estimates, and substituting therefore with figures Kenya shillings 113,125,000 and by affecting the consequential amendment thereof. Do I continue with the next?
Come on. Mike. Chair, move the amendment to clause 2. As it is the order paper, please.
I propose clause 2 be amended as appearing on the order paper.
Chair, can you please explain to the members briefly?
Chair, what we are doing actually in all the amendments emanating from the chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, after the executive order by the President, some of these votes have been misplaced in the wrong places. So all we did was cleaning up in terms of having the vote being domiciled in the place that it was intended, and especially by taking care of the executive order number 1 that aligned all government departments.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Very well. On Oundo.
Chair, I hope the chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee is listening. Chair, can you
proceed? Oundo is listening, Chair, and is a very keen person.
The chair is not being very clear. The original published bill, Honorable Speaker, talks of a figure of 200 billion 529 million 733 488, and I would imagine for the benefit of new members, the amendment that's being done in clause 2 is to change the figure as published in the bill to a new figure of 200 billion 729 723 488. And probably the question we need to ask, what has informed the change and where has the extra amount come from, so that for the benefit of the new members can know. Because it's talking of a totally different thing about reclassification, which is not the import of the amendment he has moved on clause 2. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to jump before the gun, but if you look at the second amendment, you see that the same 100 million up there, it is the same net effect down there. That the figure is moving from 491 million to 591, and therefore it balances up, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Members, I put the question that clause 2, you need to catch the eye of the chair on time, but I will allow you to proceed. Now let me hear. Debate doesn't kill anyone. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I refer to the proposed amendment by the Chairman Budget and Appropriation Committee, and I'm just wondering, when we were handling the matter at the committee level, I belong to the Committee on Blue Economy and Irrigation. Already, the said presidential decree or executive order had already been communicated. And we interrogated the Ministry of Water, we interrogated the Ministry of Irrigation. Now, I do not understand how then it comes that at the budget level, at the Budget and Appropriation Committee level, is when they are realizing that the executive order was not properly followed. Chair, I also want to just bring to the attention of the House that a number of changes have been introduced in what we had reported as a committee of Blue Economy and Irrigation, and the additional, so much money has been brought in without the consultation of the committee, of the departmental committee. And we are really wondering, as members of the Blue Economy and Irrigation Committee, whether actually we are there to rubber stamp things that are being done without our knowledge, or what is our real role. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We've heard you, but the matter is now on the plenary of the House. And I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Does it have an amendment? I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. There's no amendment to it, so therefore I proceed. I now put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary position say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Clause 4 does not have an amendment. I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Okay. I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. There's an amendment, Chair Budget. We are on clause 5. And give the Chair appropriate time. He has some business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I wish to move the amendment as it appears on the order paper. And Mr. Speaker, it is the explanation that I gave earlier. And just because I have the mic, it's good that I answer honorable members the other queries they asked in regards to the executive order and alignment. You know, man is to error, and error is to man. Actually, it had also escaped majority of us, and some of these things are checked by our own physical analyst here, and therefore there is no actually other reason other than aligning the vote to the respective agency and the respective vote that should actually be carried in this regard. And therefore, there is no other reason. Secondly, in terms of additional, I want to request the member to also give some latitude, because once you bring in the reports, and actually that is what we did, we relied on the wisdom of the departmental committees. And everywhere you actually amended up to zero sum, we never interfered with all those amendments. However, when we do savings from this area or the other, and especially given the priority projects, then we had no recourse other than to allocate monies into those areas. And as you know, drought mitigation is touching on supplies of food, it is touching on water, it is touching on irrigation. And that is why you see most of the amendments are in that regard. There is no other reason, honorable member, and it's an open book.
Very well. I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Leader.
Chair, maybe just for the Honorable Nzengu and members of the Blue Economy and Irrigation Committee, because it's a matter that has already been raised by the leadership of the committee, and maybe just for their comfort, because we were just inducted into committees the other day, and I don't think the chair, budget, and the budget committee has had an opportunity to do what we have done in previous parliaments, to have a session with all chairs of committees under the auspices of the liaison committee. But Honorable Nzengu has a point, just to reassure him, because we have discussed that issue with the chair of the committee, to just allow for now that latitude with the budget and appropriations committee. But in future, it is indeed true what the committee is raising, that matters touching on budget ought to be processed through the relevant departmental committees, so that we don't get things being parachuted into the budget without being interrogated by the committees that oversight those particular departments. And I think the Honorable Nzengu, being a good, not good old man, but a seasoned legislator, and a very seasoned member of that committee,
will indulge the budget committee for this time round. Next time, we will ensure that things are done as they should.
Very well. Members, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many are as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
The schedules, first schedule.
Very well, honorable members. I propose the question that the first schedule be the schedule of the bill. Chair, you have got an amendment on this. The first schedule.
Thank you very much, Chair. And it appears on the order paper, I'm sure members can peruse, and I wish to make that amendment, to table that amendment as proposed in the order paper.
Very well. I propose the question that Schedule 1 be amended as proposed. Very well. I now put the question that Schedule 1 be amended as proposed. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Well, on Macau.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me from the onset to thank the Committee on Budget and Appropriations for giving us ODS, and we are amending the first schedule 1 by deleting the expression Kenya shilling 300 million appearing at a program 07223,000, that is General Administration, Planning and Support Services, in respect of development estimates, and substituting, therefore, with the expression Kenya shillings 400 million, and the 2, by effecting the consequential amendments in the bill thereof. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Attorney, let me propose the question first. I propose the question that Schedule 1 be amended as proposed by Hon Macau. Let me hear Hon Atandi.
Chair, I just wanted Honorable Macau to explain further what is the intention of increasing this development expenditure.
Hon Macau, that is straight to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, from the onset, I say that I want to thank the Committee of Budget and Appropriations. Chairman, you are all aware that the Bunge Tower has been ongoing. And Mr. Chairman, I thank also the leadership of this House and the Chairman of the Budget and Appropriation Committee that visited the new building. Chairman, you are aware that this building has taken years and years. This commission, the 6th commission, is committed to making that house be occupied. Mr. Chairman, when you look at the pending bills that have been there and that we presented to the same budget committee, Mr. Chair, there are some pending bills. And Mr. Chairman, we are glad that the same committee granted us 300 million. And now we are further seeking for 100 million that we have indicated as 100 million will come from the vote 2042. So Mr. Chairman, as the Speaker had communicated that we are not in contravention of the same. So Mr. Chairman, that's why we felt we should put this amendment so that we have more money. Mr. Chairman, you realize some of our members don't have offices. And by adding this money and paying the pending bills for the various contractors, we will be able to make that Bunge Tower occupiable, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I am sure even the Honorable Latande, who was very fundamental in making PSC get this money, and the chairman, they are aware that we cannot keep on keeping that house unoccupied. Mr. Chairman, it's upon this house to make it possible that we occupy that building. And I want to assure you members that by the end of April, that house will be habitable, it will be occupiable, and our members will have their offices there, and our staff will have their offices there. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Let me hear from the chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. And for the comfort of members, this is just the PSC reorganizing their own budget. They have reorganized their own votes, and therefore they are not encroaching on any other votes or any other person's budget or any other MDA's budget. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, we had the opportunity to interact with the PSC, with the leadership of the member for Mavoko, and we put them into task that once then we grant, because we actually granted additional resources, then this issue of the Bunge Towers must now become a thing of the past. They must now put up their socks, they make sure all the pending works are done, and the members should occupy that house as soon as it is practically possible, so that we save ourselves of the recurrent costs, Mr. Speaker, that we pay offices outside of the precincts of Parliament, and so that, Mr. Speaker, the members of this House can get decent offices. That is the essence, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
On Bokose, let me give you the last chance before we put the question. Bokose.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, looking at the reorganization, it does not incur an extra cost. But what I want to say is that this process of building the new tower, it is actually taken very long. And it's an embarrassment as a house that we provide oversight to other institutions, to have our own institution taking that long and tracking on with the bending bills and becoming a cash cow, maybe for other people. I think it's a right, and one time, Honorable Chair, some of us felt that the Facility and Improvement and Facility and Services Committee should be the committee that oversights the Parliamentary Service Commission for proper efficiency. Because if every institution of government has agreed that we should be subjected to oversight and they are transparent, then I think it's a high time that the Parliamentary Service Commission becomes also transparent, and it should be oversighted by a committee of this House. I raise my case, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Onelachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add on it and to appreciate the budget chair, but also to just tell our House that indeed it is time, first of all, Mr. Speaker, we ask the Commission to stop any other project and to now finalize with the monies that they are being given to finalize that tower and to give us dignity, so that also people don't just question. We have the pension towers here that was finished that only spent 2 billion to finalize. It is unfair for members, for their welfare, and more important, for the image of Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, as we conclude on this matter, let me allow Wilberforce Oundo, very briefly.
Chair, I totally agree they need to finalize the building, the tower, but I hope in the fullness of time, Parliament or Parliamentary Service Commission will review all the leases and all the expenditures on rent, so that we don't continue losing money that we could have used for more fundamental functions or mandate of the National Assembly. But tellingly, Honorable Speaker, and I think this is a matter that Parliamentary Service Commission needs to pick up, and the chair can also pick up, there has been continued complaint that the building belonging to National Chamber of Industry and Commerce was appropriated, so to speak, by the National Assembly or Parliament. It has never used the building, and they have never paid any rent. Are we facing a situation we are going to have an extremely high case of pending bill? That's a matter that needs to be addressed in fullness of time, so that as we reorganize the sitting arrangement and the space for Parliament, we put this matter to rest, that we are not confronted with another huge pending bill in the next budget. Thank you, Chair.
Lastly, attorney, right of reply. Let me hear from you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Honorable Pukosi has spoken for me. But what I wanted to say, Chair, is that members need beautiful offices in which they need to operate and serve Kenyans. But, Chair, we need to question PSC. That one, they are running so many programs. They start new programs before they finish the ones that are already ongoing. And the case in point is this case of our tower. This tower is been going on for many years, and this house has appropriated a lot of money for it. And we don't want PSC members to come before the House and ask for money, and there's no accountability. Therefore, I want to say that as I support that amendment, I want to urge PSC that they must account for the resources that we have given them, and especially to Budget Committee and also to this House. And also, Chair, this is also the opportunity that members have to interrogate PSC. So even if they want money, we need to ask them what they have done with the previous monies. In the Budget Committee, we had very many questions which were not answered, Chair. So even as we approve and I support, we need clear answers on some of the resources they have. We don't want PSC that is only traveling and spending per diems and not giving this House answers on programs. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I support.
Very well. I put the question that Schedule 1 be amended as proposed by Hon Macau. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Schedule 1 be amended, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
Second schedule. I propose the question that the second schedule be part of the bill. Mover? Chairman? Chair? Second schedule.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and I wish to propose the amendments as they appear on the order paper.
I propose the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that the second schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now, there's another amendment. Very well. Hon Macau.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've listened to the concerns of members, but I urge these members, Mr. Chairman, to give us a benefit of doubt. This is a new commission. And Mr. Chairman, as I said, we are committed and actually we are at the tail end of concluding this building. And Mr. Chair, therefore, I wish to amend the second schedule as it appears on the order paper, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Very well. I propose the question that Schedule 2 be amended as proposed by Hon Macau. I see Onu Chieng.
No, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, the Budget Committee Chair, for a good job, to the PSC for finally saying they want to finalize. I just wanted to ask the Chairperson that as they do so, spare even 5 million shillings only to give us a place to walk from. Because walking from the case, from Cope Bank into Continental House is difficult. We can't walk there. I mean, as you do that, make the life of members of Parliament a bit easier. You can't brush our shoes 7 times in a day, because if you go to your office in Continental House when you leave, or you go to the gym when you leave, by the time you get to Parliament, you are so dusty and all that. So as you do the offices, make sure that even the walkways are done so that we're able to, I mean, some dignity for members. Thank you.
The interventions here. Nikal. Or Nikal.
Again, as I support this, and the chair of the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the other committees, they have done a good job, except now we are having a lot of generalities. You are actually increasing a budget by 100 million, and you say we are increasing because we want to get the work done. Surely, this is the time you say we are going to say buy furniture, and we are needed this money, and this is what we are going to do. And now you say this another 100 million here. Say exactly why the need was seen. I don't think in the committee they just sat and said, I think we need 100 million. There must have been something that was needed to be done. And in order to guide the House, like in this case, what exactly did we want to do with this 100 million?
Very well. On Wachira Karani, Laikipia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to intervene. I declare my interest. I'm the chair of Services and Facilities in Parliament, National Assembly. Our committee is the one that is supposed to oversight the Parliamentary Service Commission. But you have realized, Mr. Chairman, whenever we as a committee are supposed to do our work, Parliamentary Service Commission comes here and gives a statement. Like this afternoon, when the substantive speaker was on the chair, members complained about crossing over to the offices on the other side. But
proceed, but you are being challenged with the relevance of your contribution. Yes. Proceed.
Thank you very much. So I was saying it is important that the speaker gives a ruling on the boundaries between the Services and Facilities Committee and the Welfare section of the Parliamentary Service Commission. I support.
Very well. Let's hear Hon Githinji. Hon Githinji.
Thank you.
Githinji.
Thank you, Chair. Though it is within the mandate of the PSC to reorganize their floats, Mr. Chair, it's also very important for them to support with facts and to tell this House whether the amount that they are requesting now will be adequate to completely finish the House, so that we don't have another figure coming up from somewhere in the main budget, so that we can finish the issue of the tower once and for all in this supplementary budget.
Very well. Finally on this, Engineer Paul Nzengu.
Thank you, Chairman. Much as we appreciate that this is a new commission, I think this building has taken far too long, and there's a lot of money that has already been pumped in. So we need the new commission to do an audit and report to the House the state of affairs, because we are privy to information that there could be some technical issues that are causing the delay of the completion. But I support.
Finally, Hon Meli on this.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to put my... Actually, we normally bring the bill to the Parliamentary Service Commission and it's not yet paid. Can we have it done on time? Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the question. That schedule to be amended as proposed by Hon Macau. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as Very well. I propose the question that the title be part of the title of the bill. I put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Very well, members, and thank you very much. We are through. I now call the mover to report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as I now put the question that as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many are as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Thank you. The mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Dr. Pukose to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, be now read at that time. I also request Honorable Murugara to second.
Honorable Speaker, I do second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023, be now read a third time. I now put the question, which is that the Supplementary Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2023 be now read a third time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to authorize the issue of certain sums of money out of the consolidated fund and their application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2023 and to appropriate those sums for certain public services and purposes.
Thank you. Next. Honorable members, we have now finished the appropriations bill. Now I will, given the number of members who showed support for Honorable Mwalio's motion of adjournment, I will stay the next order, which is a continuing debate on the proposal to amend the Constitution, and move the House to start the debate on the motion of adjournment. I also want to encourage members that the subject matter that the Honorable Mwalio is bringing to the floor is highly emotive, definitely divisive, and I want to encourage all of you who want to contribute and who will contribute to moderate your language and speak on the matter with sobriety, maintaining the dignity of this House. And that being the case, then we will be guiding the country accordingly. No unnecessary passions, no unnecessary emotions, and let's avoid any unnecessary altercations between members. Honorable Mwalio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move this motion by giving a background of the events. The Supreme Court, having okayed a plea as requested by the National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission, NGIHRC, that the latter be registered as NGO by the NGO Coordination Board, whom and contested the request for registration due to some obvious violation of reflected in the Penal Code and such other acts, including but not limited to the NGO Coordination Act and the Sexual Offences Act 3 of 2006. Since the decision was pronounced, there has been a public outcry regarding the moral course we are taking as a country. Our principles, norms, values, and the practices have never been anchored on undefined and uncharacterized sexual orientation for as long as our existence can be traced and documented. It is prudent to note and appreciate that all acts of unnatural sex acts and associations have been criminalized in the Penal Code Chapter 63 Laws of Kenya, as further read with the Sexual Offences Act number 3 of 426. The ruling by the Apex Court presents an unforeseen avenue to open a floodgate of unprecedented acts and activities where groups and associations are likely to register their associations, citing existence of the very right exercised by the National Gay and the Lesbian Human Rights Commission. The same shall be cited as a legal procedure to argue reasonable grounds for such a registration. In April 2nd, 2013, the National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission, NGLHRC, attempted to reserve a name for registration as an NGO with the NGO Coordination Board, but the names were deemed unacceptable. In April 2013, after 3 attempts to change the name, National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission sought services of an advocate and filed a petition at the High Court of Kenya, petition number 44 of 2013. In April 24, 2015, the High Court of Kenya delivered the first judgment from a 3-judge bench confirming freedom of association for people of diverse identities and expanding Article 27 of the Constitution to include non-discrimination of people. In April 2015, the NGO Coordination Board appealed the court decision at the Court of Appeal after they failed dissatisfied by the High Court findings. In March 29, 2019, the Court of Appeal dismissed civil appeal number 145 of 2019 and thus confirmed the right of association for LGBTQ people. Thereafter, the NGO Coordinator Board appealed the Court of Appeal decision to the Apex Court, the Supreme Court. February 24, 2023, just the other day, the Supreme Court of Kenya affirmed the decision of the High Court and the Court of Appeal to allow the registration of National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission as an NGO with the words gay and lesbian in its title. In conclusion, if this matter is unmitigated, we risk to inject bad morals in the society to the unfounded natural basis. This poses even greater danger to the schools-going children who are at high risk to adopt lifestyles which are erratic and contrary to their upbringing. In conclusion, the Bible says in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 27 to 28, when God joined a man and a woman, a man and a woman, he told them, multiply and fill the earth. Now, the question is, a man and a man, are they going to multiply and fill the earth? A woman and a woman, are they able to give birth and multiply as the Bible has said? Therefore, I want to move this so that we can be able to debate and advise this country and the people that elected us that we are not together with this judgment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwalio. So that we can get the perspective of the other religion, may we have Honorable Mishi Mboko, the MP for Likoni and Commissioner.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Chair wa Speakers Panel. Mimi nataka kuunga mkono Mheshimiwa kwa sababu ya kuleta hoja hii. Na hoja hii naona imezua tumbo joto sana katika nchi yetu kwa sababu imeweza kugusa mambo ya maadili yetu sisi kama Waafrika na sisi kama Wakenya, sisi kama Wakristo, sisi kama Waislamu na hata zile dini za kijamii. Kwa hakika sisi tunaheshimu mahakama. Lakini kwa sababu tunaheshimu mahakama, hatuwezi pia kukubali hukumu ambazo zimetolewa ambazo zitaathiri jamii zetu. Tunajua hivi sasa kabla ya LGBT ama hawa wanaojiita LGBT kuweza kupata vibali vya kuweza kutengeza makundi yao na kuweza kutambulika katika taifa letu, kumekuwa na tetesi na athari nyingi sana za mambo haya ambayo yako kinyume na dini yetu na yako kinyume pia na tamaduni zetu. Kwa Wakristo najua katika Biblia tunajua habari za Sodoma na Gomora. Na katika Kiislamu pia katika Quran tumeona mambo ya Sodoma na Gomora. Sasa je, leo watu hawa tukiwapa kipao mbele cha kuwapatia nafasi ama kuwapatia jukwaa ambalo wanaweza kuendeleza mambo yao ambayo ni mambo maovu, mambo machafu, mambo ya dhambi. Je, taifa hili la Kenya tutakuwa tunasonga wapi? Taifa hili tumezungumzia ya kwamba lazima tuangalie takrimu za idadi ya Wakenya zinavyoendelea. Kwa sababu pia tumekumbwa na majanga mengi sana ya maradhi ya COVID, maradhi ya saratani na mambo mengi. Hivyo basi lazima tuangalie takrimu ya idadi yetu kupitia mazazi ama vile tunavyoweza kuongeza idadi ya Wakenya katika nchi yetu. Leo hii tunaambiwa ya kwamba watu hao watakuwa na uwezo wa kuwa na kundi lao, waweze kuendeleza hoja zao. Pengine swali tutauliza, wakiwa na makundi kama haya, hoja zao zitakuwa ni zipi? Swali litakuwa hoja zao ni kwamba sisi tumetengwa. Mumetengwa vipi? Wewe ukiwa Mkenya, ukiwa mke, ukiwa mume, haki zako zote za kimsingi ziko katika katiba na haki zako zimeangaliwa. Iwapo utasema ya kwamba tunataka makundi tutetee haki zetu, haki gani? Na kwangu mimi zitakuwa si haki bali ni upotevu na ni madhambi makubwa sana ambayo tunataka kuyaidhinisha katika nchi hii. Tunajua makundi haya yamekuwa yakifanya kazi kisiri, yakiweza kufanya ile tunasema Kiingereza awareness, na wakifanya recruitment ama ile kuandikisha watu katika makundi yao ili kuwaingiza katika tabia potofu kama hizi. Leo tukiwapatia ruhusa muafaka ya kisheria ya kwamba tumewapatia nafasi muwe na makundi haya ama majukwaa haya na muweze kuzungumza mambo yenu ambayo mnayahitaji, je, taifa hili la Kenya tutaweza kuwa katika hali gani? Mimi nataka kumuona kiongozi wa taifa hili akiweza kuzungumzia swala hili na akiweza kulikemea swala hili kama anavyosema yeye ni Mkristo ambaye ameshika dini sana. Na iwapo ni Mkristo kweli ameshika dini sana, tunataka kusikia sauti yake na tunataka kusikia sauti ya taifa zima la Kenya likikemea jambo hili. Tunajua tunazungumzia ya kuwa ulimwengu umebadilika na kwamba kuna mambo mengi sana lazima yawe yanabadilika, lakini hatutakubali kubadilika kiwango cha kwamba tutakwenda kinyume na dini yetu na tutakwenda kinyume na maadili yetu sisi kama taifa. Ukiangalia katiba yetu kuna sura ambayo imezungumzia maadili ya kitaifa. Je, katika maadili ya kitaifa mumeweza kuona mambo ya wasagaji na mambo ya mashoga? Pole, kwa sababu lugha hino pengine itakuwa ni lugha potofu, lakini ndivyo inavyoitwa Kiswahili. Kwa mwanamume itakuwa ni mashoga, kwa mwanamke itakuwa ni masago. Na tunajua watu hawa, na katika haya mambo wanayoyafanya ni mambo mabaya ambayo pia yanatuletea maradhi. Sasa haswa kwa wasagaji, mambo wanayotumia na vifaa wanavyotumia ni kuleta saratani za kizazi katika kina mama, na jambo hili hatutaweza haswa kulikubali, na haswa iwapo watu wetu wataiga tabia hizi na ziwaingie katika nafsi zao, basi itakuwa mtoto wa kike hatapata mume wa kumuoa na mtoto wa kiume pia hatapata mke wa kumuoa, kwa sababu athari huanza polepole. Unapoona moshi ujue moto uko njiani waja, na wakati umefika moto. Je, tutaweza kuzima madhambi hayo? Watoto wa kiume tunawaenzi, watoto wa kike tunawaenzi. Ndiposa Mwenyezi Mungu alipomuumba Adam na akamtoa Hawa kutokana kwa Adam, ili tuweze kuzaa na tuweze kuweka ulimwengu wetu katika hali ya usawa. Jamani, tunataka kusikia sauti ya rais ikikemea jambo hili. Tunataka kusikia sauti za mawaziri na vitengo vyote vya serikali na wabunge wenzangu, tukemee jambo hili. Jambo hili likiwa, basi sisi tumeangamia na umma wetu umeangamia. Hatutaweza kuwa na watoto wa kike wala mtoto wa kiume, manake kama mtoto wa kiume atavaa kama mtoto wa kike, kama mtoto wa kiume atataka kujiiga mpaka tabia za kike ndo azifanye. Je, sisi tutakuwa watoto wa kike na wa kiume? Hilo ni swala nyeti na tafakari ya babu. Tujiangalie, tujinasue, tujiulize kama taifa, hata kama tunataka kusaidika, lakini hatutaweza.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mboko kwa maono hayo. Mheshimiwa Rindikiri Mugambi, mjumbe wa Buri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I study here as a Christian and one opposed to this movement, LGBTQ. I am very uncomfortable because our social fabric has been now attacked by an institution that we thought will put into consideration the survival of our generations. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen from the Supreme Court, tomorrow we will most likely get some human and animal movement, because there are some human beings with appetite for animals. They will also go to court. And if there's being a case in court, it has sent some benchmarks. We should expect anything from our Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, I join the other members because this is a very serious matter. They have no regard on survival of humanity in Kenya. This behavior is a foreign behavior. It's a behavior that is common in most affluent communities. It is not common in rural areas. It's not common in areas that we all know preach religion, whether Muslim or Christianity or Hindu. More than 90% of Kenyans worship God. This section of perpetrators of this funny behavior, they don't even constitute 0.00001% of our population. I thought from where we come from, the Chief Justice is a mother. The Chief Justice of Kenya is a mother. The Justice in Supreme Court, their fathers and brothers and sisters, we are asking, did they really do that, knowing for sure that this matter is going to generate a lot of heat in our circles? Mr. Speaker, I think time has come. We have to preserve our dignity as Kenyan. And we cannot allow, by whatever means, an institution in the name of Supreme Court, that the judges are telling us you can proceed and do whatever sexual orientation that you have because there is human rights. I think there must be a limitation on human rights and association. I'm not a lawyer, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, you are a lawyer. But I'm sure in your understanding, that judgment did not take into consideration the implied expectations of majority of Kenyans. We ask that the Supreme Court reviews its judgment. We ask the Supreme Court to listen to the majority of Kenyans. We ask the Supreme Court to look at what the Constitution provides in terms of the human rights. This matter has been learned there for many years. It's only this Supreme Court, which are history of making funny judgment, they are brought to us. The Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Martha Koome, please go back again and look at that. You have condemned our society. You have condemned our lives for our children. You are telling us any Kenyan can do anything. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. I am ashamed. I am ashamed by the decision of the Supreme Court. And we must condemn this. And we must, if there is anything that should bring us together, is this. I'm also waiting for Baba to make a comment on this.
Thank you, Honorable Indikiri, for urging everybody to make a voice on this, even as you do so. Honorable Wilberforce Oundo, MP for Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, thank you for my colleague for bringing up this motion on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, I'm a Catholic, born Catholic, and that I must declare my interest from the word go. And as Catholics, our dogma and teaching is expressly clear on sexual orientation. There could be other Christian sects that have got a different view about this matter, but as our Catholic, that's my foundation. Starts from there. Honorable Speaker, in the book of Leviticus, it is written this way: if a man has a sexual relationship with another man, they have done a disgusting thing, and both shall be put to death. They are responsible for their own death. It is no other way, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Constitution of Kenya on the national values, it's expressly clear. And I want to read Article 11 on the culture, and it's very clear. The Constitution recognizes, this Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of the people of Kenya and the nation. Honorable Speaker, what does our culture say? Our culture say a man shall leave his father's house and together with the woman they find, start a home. Our culture never contemplated and never talks of any other arrangement other than what is expected. Honorable Speaker, again in the same book of Leviticus, it says, if a man has sexual relations with an animal, he and an animal shall be put to death. Bad sexual habits or orientation are classified together. Honorable Speaker, whatever they're calling themselves, that are akin to bestialists, people who do bad manners, they would say, with animals. We categorize them as the same. Honorable Speaker, many of us were alarmed, were flabbergasted beyond recovery when we heard that Supreme Court ruling. And Honorable Speaker, we have been very suspicious of the current Supreme Court. And indeed, our fears have been confirmed. It is indeed, Honorable Speaker, probably might look at it the way the Supreme Court in the US is structured, so that we find a balance between alarmists, between members who simply want to destroy this society, and those of us who values the culture of the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, honestly speaking, I do not even understand it. There are some things that are beyond my understanding, regardless of my level of education and exposure. I cannot understand how a reasonable man, a sane man, can leave a beautiful woman. And if there's anything that God created, the best thing in this world, in the eyes of a man, was a woman. I cannot understand how a man can admire another man. I cannot understand, even look at the structure of the body of a woman, how a woman can admire another woman. I don't know what they do when they are together. Honorable Speaker, there are some things just don't understand. I'm not an advocate. Sir George is there. Truly, the Speaker is an advocate. You really have to guide us here. I'm just at a loss. I do not even know how to even talk to my grandchildren when they tell me that the Supreme Court has made some ruling. Honorable Speaker, we need divine intervention here. Unfortunately, some Christian denominations support this kind of deviant behaviors, and probably the Supreme Court and our young people are going to take cue. Allow man and a man to attend a wedding. May the Almighty God strike them dead before sunrise. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Does the Leader of Majority want to contribute? Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, indeed, I want to contribute, Honorable Speaker, because this is a matter not just of faith, but also touches on our national morals, values, and our culture as a people. Let me just say from the onset, Honorable Speaker, I am a Presbyterian because I heard the member for Funyula say he's Catholic. I am member number 39 in Gikambura district of the Presbyterian Church of East Africa, the Reverend Musagetao Church. And Honorable Speaker, those who advance those things, I don't even want to mention them, Honorable Speaker, have their own countries and they have their own cultures. And we respect their cultures, and they must equally respect our cultures as African and as Kenyans. And nobody should imagine that you can force down the throats of Kenyans alien cultures that are alien to our nationality and our being African, Honorable Speaker. The issues, Honorable Speaker, that the Supreme Court was addressing itself to, and I really want to avoid going for the Supreme Court in any manner because they have a duty and an obligation under the law to interpret the Constitution in the best way they think it should be interpreted. And I think even in the Supreme Court, opinion was varied. It's only that the majority decision had their say, but the minority also had, majority had their way, but the minority also in the Supreme Court had their say. And I want to identify myself with the opinion and the views of the minority in the Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. That we shall not allow, and we must never allow our country to take up alien ideas, alien cultures, because we are a country that tends to copy a number of few things, good things, few from those other cultures. Honorable Speaker, our laws are quite clear. Our penal code still has outlawed issues to do with homosexuality Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it was absurd that a good number in the Supreme Court did find it fit to allow a habit or something that is already outlawed under our laws, that you could now allow people to associate. What happens tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, if all the pickpockets in our streets decide now that they have rights as pickpockets, and they want to form the Association of Nairobi Street Pocket Thieves, or even robbers, bank robbers? Tomorrow, robbers may decide that we have certain rights under the Constitution, the right to association. But, Honorable Speaker, the Constitution also says that your rights are limited.
Majority Leader, would that be the Bank Robbers Association of Kenya region?
It could be the Bank Robbers Association of Kenya, or rapists. Tomorrow, you may find rapists saying that we are the Association of Rapists of Kenya, and we have the right to do whatever we want to do with whoever we want to do it, Honorable Speaker. And they could argue that out in a court of law and say they are guaranteed of their right to association and freedom of association, Honorable Speaker. But we must also know that our Constitution also limits everybody's rights, and especially where your rights also, in a way, overstepped to interfere with my rights. And we have also to enjoy our religious rights, our rights to worship, our rights to our own cultures. We must protect our rights. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, as leader of majority in this House, for the time the Almighty God grants me the opportunity to serve this country as leader of majority, I will not allow, and I said elsewhere, I will mobilize this House and any other House in this Republic to ensure that we protect the laws that have outlawed homosexuality, lesbianism, and all those other things that are abominable under our culture and our religions, Honorable Speaker. And we must protect our cultures, Honorable Speaker, and our being as a people. If there is anything I agree with our good friend, President Yoweri Museveni.
Give him 1 minute, he's the majority leader.
I was saying, Honorable Speaker, if there is anything I support President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni on, is on the issue of LGBT. Honorable Speaker, I will not go to the extreme in how you deal with them, but we must be forthright as a nation to protect our own cultures, our religion, and our beliefs. And we must not allow those countries from the West who believe in those things, let them believe in whatever they want to believe in, but they must not force us to believe in the things they believe in. They must also respect our culture, our religion, and the things we believe in, but not shove things down our throats, that things we don't believe in. And we want to raise up our children in an upright country, in an upright society, Honorable Speaker, where our children will enjoy to grow the way we grew up, with morals, with good ethics, Honorable Speaker, and in a country that we can all be proud to raise our kids in, Honorable Speaker. With that, I support the Honorable Mwalio and this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the world is going to. Mr. Speaker, this is abominable. It's a decadent, it's an obnoxious behavior. I wish I had Babu Owino here to give me all those adjectives that he normally uses for these things. Mr. Speaker, those people are dead as human beings who support such things. In my faith, as a Muslim, the death penalty is what they deserve, people who engage in such things. And I'm proud of that. And I don't care what somebody else feels. The West has never been a moral authority. These are the people who came and enslaved us. And they came and colonized us. And they came and treated us like animals. And now they want to tell us to behave like animals. The next thing that's going to come up...
Honorable Farah Malim, which animals engage in homosexuality?
No. You're right. I'm sorry. I withdraw that bit. I withdraw that bit in the interest and the respect for the animal kingdom. The animal kingdom never engages in that. But the next thing they're going to tell us is that somebody has a right, a man has a right to marry a woman. They want to tell us that a woman has a right, to marry another man, or a woman has a right to marry a woman. What do two women who are married do? What is there? God has created a man and a woman. It's there in all the Abrahamic scriptures. It's in Islam. It's in Christianity. It's in Judaism. If we allow them to take over our lives, we have allowed them for far too long for them to exploit us and to dehumanize us as human beings. On this, we will say no. If they're going to come up with the travel, restrictions, keep your country, keep your cultures, keep your nonsense to yourselves. And I'm talking to the West in this case here. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court itself does not make laws, it interprets the laws. You're a legal mind, I'm a legal mind. Sodomy is a crime in our books. So how should they come about now and tell us that they should be allowed to associate? Associate. The right to association. As you had said, the majority leader has said, this is like saying the right of association of the bank robbers, of the murderers, of the killers. In the US, there are a number of states that have got the death penalty. And the death penalty is for crimes like murder. And the biggest number of people who are on the death rows are fellow blacks. In the US. And in Texas and a number of other states where they have Republican governors, they execute them. We cannot go there and tell them, don't take away life. They will tell you, these are our laws. Mr. Speaker, not only shall we come with a motion of censure on the Supreme Court itself for trying to legislate from the bench, instead of interpreting the laws of the country, they want to legislate from the bench by trying to look politically correct with the Western world. They do not deserve to sit as a bench. There is need for us to bring a motion on here to ask them, where did you get this piece of legislation? Here is the act that criminalizes homosexuality. We must take them to task on that. As for us, I am of the opinion that we should pass a capital punishment on such offenses. Capital punishment, Mr. Speaker. They have their own capital punishment on murderers, on other people. Most of them are blacks who have been framed in the US, and we cannot interfere in their laws. They go on killing those people there because they say they committed murders. Here we are telling them this thing is worse than murder for us in our cultures as Africans, as black people, as a... Mr. Speaker, can you give me 1 more minute as a ranking member and the former deputy speaker? Or 2 minutes for me, actually. And we have a right.
Honorable Farah Malim, the speaker has not spoken.
Oh, okay.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we take charge of our own destiny. We take charge of our own. They are going to legalize marijuana. They have legalized, anything. Very soon they're going to legalize the drugs that are going to destroy our generations and children in here. It is, in my very humble opinion, that we take charge of our countries. We are independent. We are a sovereign state. We have our cultures. Our cultures do not conflict. African cultures on some of these fundamental issues are the same. It doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or a Muslim or you're a traditionalist. We all have a common culture on such things. It's my opinion, my humble opinion, that we should change that piece of act itself and prescribe capital punishment for people who can be proven to have engaged in these kind of things. When I say capital punishment, Muslims, where there's a serious Islamic states who follow their own scriptures, they carry out capital punishment on them. They do not deserve to live. In my opinion, humble opinion. They should be, yes, indeed. The next thing they're going to come to us is say that one has to be has the right to marry a dog, or one has the right to marry an ape, or anything. Just imagine a day in which somebody will come and say that this goat is my wife, or this what you call ram is my husband, and this is my right of association. I've chosen to have this as a husband, and a woman will come. That is the direction in which they're going. We are not going to be part of that. The earlier we put our foot down, they give us nothing. They only take away things from us. The earlier we put our foot very hard down and say, on this, no, the better. And I commend such countries like the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, the president of Malawi. Of course, Mugabe was one guy who called out these things many years back and told them, these are nations of gays and what you call lesbians, and these are not people that we can talk to. It's something we frown upon. We see them as subhumans. How does a subhuman tell you what to do and how to live in your own lives? So we must be able to stand on our own grounds as a continent, as the leaders. We are the leaders of this country. That should never be allowed. They should never, ever be allowed to bring this decadent, obnoxious, un-African culture. Support.
Thank you, Honorable Farah Malim. The Chair of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, the Honorable Gitonga Murugara, the MP for Tharaka.
Thank you.
Is in the House now that we are talking about the Supreme Court, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, allow me to also voice my concerns about this decision. And from the outset say we are not, as a House, attacking the Supreme Court. But we are expressing a totally differing opinion with what they rendered. That we speak, we may not speak as a court, but we speak on behalf of our own people who have elected us to represent them here. And therefore, our voice is the voice of the people, while their voice was actually the voice of the court. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the sentiments expressed by yourself and others that this is a decision that should not be left to stand in our books. We should move with speed, bring together the Supreme Court judges, the 7 of them, and let them listen to us as lawyers as we urge them to review the decision and set it aside. We know very well we cannot compare law with morality, but sometimes moral issues supersede the law. In fact, in most cases where the law becomes repugnant to morality, then that is extremely bad law and should be done away with. It is quite clear from our books that some of these things in LGBTQ are actually outlawed. And therefore, anything associated with those characters cannot be allowed to stand against the morals of the people of Kenya. Whether it's sodomy, whether it's lesbianism, whether it's queerness, whether it is anything that is outward practiced by these characters who say they have human rights. They may have their rights in private. And I'm sorry, I shiver and shudder when I imagine what they do in private, because it is totally repugnant, especially to us Africans. It's also important to condemn those who come with these ideas. And this is why today we celebrate the president of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni. We celebrate the late Robert Mugabe of Uganda. And sometimes it actually appears Idi Amin himself was a saint, because these are the things he was condemning those days, in spite of being incited by these same Europeans and Americans to kill a few Ugandans. Therefore, we as Africans must stand up. We must stand to be counted. We must tell these Europeans and Americans that for the little money they are enticing us with, I'm told they're even offering relief food to Kenyans so that you can legalize things like this one. They have been approaching our organizations, including the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, offering tokens so that they can promote rights of such characters. Thank heavens, these commissions and these organizations have said no to their little tokens. Let them keep their bad habits in Europe, in America. Let us, as Africans, keep what we consider to be morally upright and suitable for our society. For example, look at these people who are telling us today, these are human rights. They are the ones who came here, and the first thing they did was to point out that Africans do not marry out of love, but do purchase wives because they are polygamous. What is better compared to the two? Polygamy and such queerness they are advancing to us. Polygamy actually has nothing right, nothing wrong in terms of morals. It's upright. It should have been encouraged. Number two, they are the ones also who came along and told us that you people, you don't know how to live. Your customary laws are repugnant to justice and morality, and what have you. Those are the laws that had kept us Africans within the fabric of a good family, which we have maintained to date. Therefore, this judgment, this ruling, should actually be re-examined through a review. And if the review is denied, rest assured, as a house, we will move to outlaw everything they have done, because we have power to do so. I support the adjournment motion.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick Makau. Are you on intervention, or you want to contribute?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I cannot add more. Most speakers have spoken. The first question you should ask, this parliament, we are the most important arm of this government. Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow the courts to legislate from their benches. Mr. Speaker, Article 11 is very explicit about respecting African traditions and cultures. Mr. Speaker, when I see the Supreme Court, which supposedly is supposed to be constituted of men and women, well-learned, cannot lead this country to making us believe that lesbians, gays, queers, and those likes are supposed to be given end space in this country. Mr. Speaker, that is not African, it is an African. And there is no religion which ascribes to any of those. Mr. Speaker, it's high time this parliament expressed itself in all ways, in all media houses, in barazas, Mr. Speaker. We must condemn that ruling by the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, it's high time the Attorney General of this country went to appeal this ruling, because those 5 judges who passed this kind of judgment, Mr. Speaker, he favored a group of people that is going to encourage other groups. Mr. Speaker, then we should have the Mungiki, we should have Al-Shabaab, we should have rapists, we should have murderers, allowed then by the same Supreme Court to form alliances, to form associations. Mr. Speaker, when I look at that bench, none of them is less than 40 years. Mr. Speaker, what are they telling our young children? What are they telling the generations? Mr. Speaker, I'm now been made to believe that the former president of USA, Donald Trump, did not support this. Neither is Museveni. Mr. Speaker, I agree with speakers here who are saying we should not just be made slaves because we need funding from the West. Mr. Speaker, this thing of us being told before we are given money from IMF, from World Bank, we must admit, we must accept these laws. This is strange to us. Mr. Speaker, we must tell them. I know they force us GMOs, and we know the reason why they did that. Mr. Speaker, now they are here telling us we should have a man and a man marry each other. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine myself seeing a man and having a hard-on. Mr. Speaker, that is against African tradition. I must see a woman and feel like that. Mr. Speaker, I am a watcher and I'm a fan of National Geographic, which has documentaries. You see male animals being attracted to females, fighting to death. I have never seen a male animal raising to satisfy itself sexually on another male animal. So what are they telling us, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, this country, and I want to hear the leadership of this country speak against this. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I think the president of this country should write immediately to the Attorney General to appeal this ruling. It cannot be bearable. Yes, Kenya is a Christian nation. It has Muslims. It has all denominations. But Mr. Speaker, our constitution is supreme. Article 11 explicitly said it. The Ashpal guy spoke about it, his commission, the bombers 1 and 2, they were against this. How can we then, 2023, admit the gays and lesbians of this world to rule this country? Mr. Speaker, on this seat where I sit from, I am telling people who I represent from Mavoko, if you see gays and lesbians, tell them to be wary of me, because I'm going to tell you what you are going to do with them. So are Kenyans. We cannot allow that, Mr. Speaker. We must condemn this ruling by all means, even if it means us calling those judges to apologize to Kenyans and say they judged and they ruled when they were not sober, Mr. Speaker. Then is when we are going to agree with their ruling. However, Mr. Speaker, this House has a role to legislate and make laws that befit this country. Let's not forget our mandate. Let us stand by the virtues. And
Honorable Joanna Ngino.
Speaker, thank you also for allowing me to ventilate on this. I just want to say from the onset that Article 1 of the Constitution, which talks about the supremacy of the Constitution and supremacy of the people, when it talks about the supremacy of the Constitution, it says clearly that this Constitution is supreme to any other law. And no law, including customary law, is superior to the Constitution. And any other law that is actually trying to supersede the Constitution is null and void. Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the customary law, it is the same as talking about any other law that is created in this House. We are the people who do the laws of this land. We amend the laws, we create the laws, but if that law goes against the Constitution of this country, Mr. Speaker, it is declared null and void. Same case with the laws which are made by the courts, whether it is a magistrate's court, whether it is a high court, whether it is a Supreme Court, whether it is a court of appeal. Whenever they pass any judgment, most of their judgments are deemed to be precedences, and they are used in courts or other courts as a law. So, Mr. Speaker, the ruling by the Supreme Court, whichever way it was, has gone against the Constitution, Article 11. And therefore, it means that judgment which was made by the Supreme Court is null and void because it is against the Constitution. And there is nothing else we can say about it. We will still consider in this House that that law never existed. That judgment was never made. We just consider it as if there was nothing done. As if the Supreme Court judges, if there was 6, if there was 7, they sat in vain. Whatever the decision they made in that particular judgment, it was done in vain. Because Article 11 is very clear. No same-sex marriage is allowed in this country. No same-sex relationship is allowed in this country. No same-sex penetration is allowed in this country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when these particular courts declare or presume to be making a declaration that they are making a judgment, they are giving a ruling that we allow these people to have a relationship, we allow these people to look at one another, we allow these people to have some association. Mr. Speaker, that is going contrary to the Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say, just like what my senior said, do we need to tell these judges to revoke? Do we need to create what we call review? Or do we need to pass in this House, Mr. Speaker? Because there was, and I don't want to preempt, there is an intention by a member to pass a law, to bring a law into this House, Mr. Speaker, that will illegalize any act of either association, either penetration, either marriage, on all these people who call themselves, I don't know, gay, I don't know, lesbians. Mr. Speaker, I think we will pass that law with Godspeed. And it will be now upon the courts to make a decision whether that passage of that law or whether that law is against the Constitution. We are waiting for that time. We are really waiting, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know if some of these decisions are based on whatever these people want to give to our country. Some of us may not want to be beggars. Some of us may not want to sell our birthright. Some of us may not want to exchange our humanity with money. We want to tell the Supreme Court, read the Constitution, Article 11, same-sex marriage is illegal, same-sex association is illegal, same-sex penetration, Mr. Speaker, is illegal. I thank you very much.
Honorable Jackson Kosgei, nominated MP.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I want to begin from the onset by saying the purpose of government is to protect the freedom of its people, the dignity of its people, and also the natural right to self-preservation. In that particular third one, we talked about family. Anytime we begin to redefine and weaken the position of family, we are endangering the very right and natural right to self-preservation as a community. The Supreme Court decision used its privilege to allow what has been known in the streets as the tyranny of minority over majority. The whole world and the population of the world, Mr. Speaker, is about 7.9 billion people, out of which 2.4 are Christian, 1.8 are Muslims. You talk about the Hindus, 1.3, Buddhists are 0.6, and the rest can follow. You can tell over 80% of the total population of the world believe in creation. They believe in heterosexual relationship. That is a relationship between a man and a woman. Not only for pleasure, love, and relationship, but for procreation and survival of the human race. If this has been done, and if the ruling by the Supreme Court becomes cast on the stone, then I don't think it can overturn our Constitution. We are going to invoke we the people. And this House is a house which is an arm of government. If it is the arm of government, when such situation happens, which is endangering the very survival of our people, then we must take this to referendum, where the people of Kenya will have an opportunity to speak. We cannot be dictated on by a civilization on its lowest ebb in history. Finally, Mr. Speaker, we want to look at it from the impact of this particular exercise. They want to have the whole world accepting it. All the Caucasians in the world at the moment are facing the danger of being a minority in the world because of population growth, which has dwindled. Now, you can see in the next 30 years or 40, trajectory shows that the population of Europe will be very low, that it will take Africa, which is growing, and Eastern Europe to take up, to be able to carry on what they are doing. Is this what they want to import into Africa and the rest of the world to finish their population? We must say no as a matter of survival, as the representative of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi, the MP for Westlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance also to speak on this motion. Mr. Speaker, if I asked you, what do you call this thing in your mother tongue? Do we have it even described in African languages, how it's called? Because it doesn't exist, and it never existed. You remember that in the history, the Mwanga of Uganda, those small boys used to be called pages. They used to be used as bets for this kind of thing, and those who used to be there, they used to be called eunuchs. And those are the things that these people want to teach us, Mr. Speaker. I remember once when we went to see the Pope as Catholic members of Parliament, he told us that when we come to Parliament, we should not leave our faith outside Parliament. We should always come in armed with our faith, legislate, remembering that we are Christians, we have our values, we have even our African values. They don't prescribe this kind of behavior. And as parents, Mr. Speaker, we must be very worried because these people are targeting our young people. Because this thing is infiltrating in our colleges, in our higher learning institutions, and this is the thing that they are trying to do. We remember, Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, or maybe the 10th parliament, the 11th parliament, Mr. Speaker, there was a member who attempted to introduce a bill that was prescribing some of these things to protect the rights of people who want to marry people of the same sex. And Mr. Speaker, we realized that and we rejected it. So, Mr. Speaker, what the Supreme Court has done is like they are making judgment not for our society, not for this nation, disregarding everything, and they want us to believe that this ruling is for the right of these people. How do we recognize an amorphous group that is not even recognized in our laws, in our constitution? We cannot do that. Or the right of association, Mr. Speaker, you remember there was a group from South Nyanza that had demanded that they wanted to be recognized, that night runners be recognized as a sport in the Olympics. Mr. Speaker.
And you can see Honorable Karoli Omundi is laughing because he knows where those people come from.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and many other groups will come on board and start demanding for their rights, that let us be recognized because we belong here, we belong this, and on, Mr. Speaker. And we continue like that, then we'll find ourselves wiped out from the face of the earth. If we cannot procreate, Mr. Speaker, then there will be no future generation that will come in after us. In Europe, Mr. Speaker, we are having the older generation. It's more than the younger generation, and they're having a very huge gap between the older and the young people. So what we must do, Mr. Speaker, we must guard ourselves, we must protect our culture, we must protect our children, And Mr. Speaker, we must say no to anything that is going to destroy our values. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me a chance to speak on this motion. Thank you.
The Honorable Yakub Ado, MP for Bura constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice on this very important motion. I want to thank the member who initiated this motion. It's a very sad day for our great nation. Even for the essence of just talking about this topic is bad. I have seen Mheshimiwa Ngeno finding it difficult even to pronounce these bad names. So for me, even talking about it is bad. I'm a Muslim by faith, and in the Quranic version, chapter 16, verse 72 says, "And Allah has made for you of yourself spouses, and made for you from your spouses sons and daughters and grandchildren." I want to challenge anybody who is pursuing this dream to show us any offspring raised from this association. We can go further and further in terms of provision of chapters in every faith, be it Islamic, be it Christianity, that condemns and illegalizes that kind of association. I don't want even to mention the name. I want to condemn that decision by the Supreme Court on this issue and want to associate myself with the opinion of the minority of those judges. I want to loud on the same voice again His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda, for having taken that bold step. And I have heard that even Uganda, after he has just assented to that law, they got a very heavy downpour, a heavy rainfall. Even for us in Kenya, I believe, as a Muslim, the many problems and challenges we are facing on this earth is because of such kind of vices which the West intend now to put into our midst. It is time we don't sit on the fence, we don't bury our heads in the sand, we come forward and challenge this vice that wants to be brought to our youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, MP for Suba South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And for the record, night running is one of the indigenous sports. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to this motion, and I would like to begin by stating that I firmly believe in the natural order of things, and that, like magnetism, opposites attract. And I also appreciate the genius of God in creating the instruments of affection and attraction between people of different gender and making them to have universal application and standards, if you know what I mean. But, Mr. Speaker, life has its own complications and contradictions. So does nature. If you remember the very smart people who drafted the American Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and the rest of them, they say that all men are created equal and each is endowed with certain inalienable rights, amongst them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Yet these men, with such elevated ideas and statements, owned slaves. There are many contradictions in the way human beings live and conduct themselves. So is in nature. This thing, the topic we are talking about, LGBTQ, if you look at those particular abbreviations, some of them present very complicated medical conditions. For example, transgender, where someone's gender identity is very different from what is typically known to humanity. Or intersex, where really one is endowed by both sexual organs. It is easy when you talk about lesbians, where a woman is attracted to another female, or gay, where one is attracted to people of the same gender, or one is bisexual, or is queer. Or queer is where the gender is fairly fluid. Or there's a new one, questioning, where nobody is still not quite clear what their gender identity is. Or even where one is asexual, where there's no sexual attraction. Mr. Speaker, these things present very complex issues that I see a lot of passion and I see a lot of interest in this matter. But I would like to urge tolerance. We all remember one famous man called Galileo Galilei, who discovered that the Earth actually orbits around the sun, and the sun is always at its meridian. The Catholic Church called this heresy and sentenced him to life imprisonment, and he died in prison. That was called intolerance. Mr. Speaker, Pope Francis, on Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, which is this year, uttered the following words: "And I'm a Catholic, and I profess that faith. Criminalizing homosexuality is unjust. God loves all his children just as they are. Being homosexual is not a crime." Mr. Speaker, while I understand and agree that this is not part of our culture, and this is behavior that we should not support, I completely do not agree that we should exercise or show discrimination against LGBTQ on the basis of their sexual choices and orientation. As Africans, we have experienced discrimination on the basis of race.
Honorable Karoli Omondi, I'll add you a few seconds.
Yes.
But did the Pope read section 162 to 165 of Kenya's Penal Code? Or the Pope said homosexuality is not a crime in which country?
Mr. Speaker, 67 jurisdictions around the world have criminalized homosexuality. So Kenya is one of them. The Pope is aware of that. After all, much of your law is part of canon law as developed by the Catholic Church. But what I do not agree with is discrimination based on something that is a personal choice. Mr. Speaker, I would urge that we don't, as much as we discourage this behavior, much of our effort should be in education, better family values, better family lifestyles, better family engagement, and not engage in invasion of privacy as you currently see. I also wonder why sometimes the LGBTQ over-exhibit themselves. I think the best policy would be don't ask, don't tell. I would really urge caution that there should be no profiling of people because of their gender, sexual choices, or denial of services or isolation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Karoli. Is Honorable Gichimu Gidinji, the MP for Gichugu, in the House? Not in the House. Let us have Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, the MP for Kwanza.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the chance. And I wish my friend, the previous speaker, I didn't even want to listen to him, but he has a right to speak in this House. The only thing is that, please, I hope you are an African. And I'm upset, Mr. Speaker, nothing personal, but let me make my point here. That somebody says is right. And I just want to find out, the Supreme Court sat, and somebody I think mentioned here, I think that sitting should be in vain. We should not even talk about it. I don't even know how I'm going to talk about, when I see that in the newspaper, I normally remove that page and throw it away because my children may just read what is actually being written there. And I don't like that because I'm an African. Please, we are Africans. We are not going to be here importing cultures that don't even make value. There's African culture, there's a European culture, but now, how do we now, the whole, and I think, I'm not a lawyer myself, I'm an economist, I want to be told by the lawyers in this House that the Supreme Court judges are Africans. And I think there's something they missed. And therefore, for us to be sitting here to discuss about this, it's an abuse of the culture which has brought me to where I am today. And for heaven's sake, this should not even waste our time here. And I want the lawyers in this country, in this house, because we make laws in this for the prosperity of this country. We are not just going to take something because a white man has said that this is good there. For heaven's sake, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity and condemn that ruling by the Supreme Court, because these are Africans, and I want to ask whoever she is, the Supreme Court judge is here. I hope she's listening to us. She follows this, that was wrong. It was just because she want to pass time or not have you and get her salary. That's different. There are more important issues than that. So, you know, like sodomy, for example, in my culture, is criminal. You don't expect somebody to sleep with another man. There are beautiful girls out there and women. How would you go and sleep and persuade a fellow man? And then you say it is illegal? My good God, please save me from this. I want to take this opportunity and ask the lawyers in this country to condemn that, and that discussion, that meeting that they had is just in vain. And I want us to discuss other things. I wish, Mr. Speaker, that I'm the last person here and we talk other business, because that is unheard of. We know that happens in Europe. We have been in Europe. We have been to Asia. We have been in whatever. But that kind of behavior, even in Europe, whoever is saying is right, is not right. So, Mr. Speaker, I do not want us to talk about it because that's importation of culture. Africans are proud of having their own culture. And for us to have this in this country, Mr. Speaker, please spare this country, spare Kenya. I'm part of Kenyans, and I do not want to hear this kind of thing. And I hope that I'm going to be the last speaker on this, because we have better business in this house to discuss, and discussing about things that cannot even make sense at all. And I want to take this opportunity to ask His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, please rule this out of order, rule this out, so that talk about it. Uganda has talked about it, and we're expecting you as a Christian. You are a Christian. Your Excellency, condemn this, outlaw this. We don't want to have a discussion on this. And I hope that this is going to be the last person. I'm going to be the last person to talk about this. Wait a minute. I'm saying it because I don't see sense in what we are discussing, because it's wrong. And therefore, I support whoever brought the motion. I was not in the House, but I support whoever brought in the motion. And I look forward to His Excellency making a comment on the same and condemning whatever said that somebody's right to do whatever he wants to do, like my colleague has just said. You get out of the House. No, I didn't say anything. I simply said you're a good friend.
Honorable,
I support.
Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi is making these passionate presentations with the wisdom of the past. Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the matter on the National Gay and Lesbian Human Rights Commission being legalized as an NGO. Mr. Speaker, as permitted by the Supreme Court of Kenya ruling on February 24th, 2023, Mr. Speaker, while the court ruling has opened the door for registration of this organization, it is important to note that the decision has sparked public outrage, and understandably so. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this is not even issue. As Kenyans, we need to listen, to sit down and listen about it, because it's against the law and against the culture and the values of our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, our principles, norms, values, and practices have never been anchored on and defined and characterized sexual orientations, Mr. Speaker. The act of unnatural sex act and association have been criminalized in the Penal Code, Chapter 63, Law of Kenya, and the Sexual Offense Act, number 3 of 2006, Mr. Speaker. Allowing this to happen, Mr. Speaker, to register with the gays and lesbian, it is title set and unprecedented legal precedent, and we risk a floodgate of other groups and associations registering the similar reasons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we go to the Bible, Mr. Speaker, God created man, and he saw it good to create a woman. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not something we need to support, and shame on our Supreme Court for making such a decision, Mr. Speaker. It is very bad for our generation, our young people, our school children to watch when we are discussing such a thing which has been legalized by our Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, when you go to when you go in a supermarket, there is exit and there is entrance and exit. And when you try to enter through the exit, it is written, it is prohibited, Mr. Speaker. So I don't see how we can try to use our exit as an entrance, Mr. Speaker. It's against the law, and it's very bad, Mr. Speaker. And those who are trying to use our weak institution to impose everything in this country, Mr. Speaker, we are going against them, and we are not supporting, Mr. Speaker. We are not going to be ruined our culture by the West. We are not going to support them. If they cannot give the donation to Kenyans with this condition, let them not give it to us, Mr. Speaker. We can stay without it, Mr. Speaker, because how can a country like Kenya, a Christian country, indulge in such an act, Mr. Speaker? And I want to urge all the preachers, bishops, church, to stand firm on this issue, Mr. Speaker. We need to condemn it, right, left, center, Mr. Speaker, because we need to take care of our coming generation. We have to take care of our children. We are parents. I'm trying to imagine sitting in a sitting room, watching the TV, such a act. Mr. Speaker, this is against the law. I cannot allow it, Mr. Speaker. So I urge this parliament to stand firm and to make sure this thing is not legalized in our country and is stopped completely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support Honorable Mwadio for coming up with such a motion. Thank you.
The Honorable Engineer Paul Nzengu, MP for Mwingi North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also raise to congratulate Honorable Pastor Mwalio for bringing up this motion, and from the onset, I completely support the motion. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the ruling by the Supreme Court to allow the registration of this organization is the beginning of the killing of our society. Because I cannot imagine a society where a woman is marrying a woman and a man is marrying a man, and for that matter, you do not expect any product out of it. I have read from the media that President Museveni has actually put some homosexuals in jail for a known period of time until when they are able to produce children. And I can tell you that that is going to be an eternity. And therefore, when you look at it, when a man starts marrying a man, then it means that we are going to have a society where there is no procreation. And in that regard, that it means that our society, Kenya, is going to disappear after a certain time. And I think this is a making of the Western and probably the Eastern as well. Because most of these people who are giving us money for donations to do development are putting conditions because they are interested in our land. They see that the population of Africa is still not that high, and they want to, decimate the population of Africa so that they can take it over from us. And therefore, I want to agree with the President Museveni when he said that he is not going to take any money and they can take him wherever they want to take him, but he is not going to agree to receive donations for accepting to legalize gay and homosexuality. And also I agree with the President Biden, the president of the most powerful country in the world. He pronounced himself on this matter. And he said that he told men that you can never be women. You do not have a womb, you do not have ovaries, and you do not have any organ that supports you to become a woman. And for that matter, it will be a shame and for your parents, because after some time, you of course grow old, feel frustrated, and probably you hang yourself, like the president said. And then after hanging, it will not change. Where the tomb where you'll be buried, it will be written your name. If you are a man's name like Paul Nzengu, it will be written there, Paul Nzengu is the one buried here. It will not change to be a woman. So I just want to advise our society, the young people, because this is mostly being carried on by young people, that you are becoming a disappointment to your parents. And I think it is a high time that we advise the young people that this is an immoral behavior, it is a moral decay, and therefore we want them to refrain from that. And maybe it's because of misinformation. I therefore want to ask church to take leadership in this matter, and let's warn young people from the highest level of the podiums or in the churches and everywhere in the mosques, so that we discourage our young people from really being dragged into this. And I want to say that I want to ask the president of this country, because the president himself has pronounced himself as a serious Christian, that if Museveni, who has not even been pronouncing himself as a Christian, has refused to bow to the pressure of the Western, then let's Kenya not accept any monies or donations that are tied to a condition of legalizing homosexuality or gayism, and let us pay taxes for that matter. If we must then run our country, we should not run it using dirty money that is conditioned for us to allow homosexuality and gayism. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable James Nyikal, MP for Seme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the decision in court is actually the issue. It's not even about discrimination against these people. It's forming an organization. And when you form an organization, NGO, it means you want to actually propagate that. So if you do it quietly in your home, who has said there's no discrimination about that? So if you look at this thing, whichever way you look at it, even if you look at it biologically, really, this is something that we should not propagate. People who find themselves there and accept it can do it in the privacy of their homes. And I think that's where it ends. Because in reality, Mr. Speaker, on this universe, in this universe on the earth, all physical things, living and not living, have their own properties, their own forces that determine their existence and the powers that regulate that. Interference by human beings to change that actually leads to destruction. And therefore, all those physical forces, all those factors of nature, if you're a Christian, you will say God. And all religions will also accept a greater being, a super being, and they attribute all those forces to that. If you're an atheist, you will say nature. And we all know that if you disobey nature, you actually will be extinct. What is the whole purpose of mating? We can call it sex because we add feelings to it, but it's basically mating. It is for procreation. There is no other purpose for it. So if you promote a mating that actually does not lead to procreation, eventually in the end that is destructive. And I don't see why we should pursue that. And therefore that ruling that ruling was actually giving provision for propagating it. Because you cannot say, register an organization. The object of any group is to promote what they do. And I think that is where they are. So these laws of nature, these laws of God, are then what human beings, we then incorporate in our morals, in our cultures, and in our religion, and should also be in our laws. That's what we do. And in all cases, you look at our cultures, they reject this. You look at our religions, they reject this. Even our laws, as it is, reject this. The Constitution is clear about marriage, man and woman. Culture is accepted in our Constitution. Our laws are unnatural sex is illegal. So what is the argument? I cannot understand, I'm not a lawyer, the argument of discrimination when people want to propagate something which is not acceptable to all. I think our rights stop where other people's rights also begin. So in this case, I don't see what the discrimination was about. So I don't think there's any discrimination, and the lawyers that actually, the judges that pass this, in my view, I do not agree with them. Really, in life, it is those laws of nature, even when, however educated we are, professions, law, engineering, all these things, what they're studying are the laws of nature by which we live. We cannot defy these laws. Mr. Speaker, just let me just one thing. Have we not even observed the body of a male and the body of a female? They are different. The breasts, as much as we are probably sexualized the breasts, the main thing about it is actually the feeding of the babies. You look at the hips. We all look at ladies when they have big hips. What is it all about? It's a big pelvis that is for easy delivery. So we now want to actually, that is all. God is so smart that what we admire must promote babies.
Give Dr. Nyikal, because of special expertise, 1 more minute.
Well, I think if that is what you want, I can go a little bit. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, if you look at ladies, what we admire most is probably the busts and the hips. And if you look at it, what are the breasts for? For the survival of a baby. Big hips mean a lady has big pelvis and is likely to give birth without problems. So everything in nature, in terms of mating, is about procreation. Leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. I do not agree with the decision of these judges.
The Honorable Mboko Milemba, MP for Mwaya.
No, I come to Parliament very early. Take care of myself. And in fact, I want to caution some of the new members who imagine that we speak simply because we are here. I would come very early, I would feed in my card. And that's exactly what I do. And you'll still see me, even in the previous Parliament, I sat there. And that's what I was. And I still continue being that. So just be early in the House. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution is supreme. And in its Article 1, it says that all the sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with this Constitution. But 2 is very important, Honorable Speaker, that the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through democratically elected representatives. That is where I will begin and end. That the Supreme Court judgment, if it is not in line with this Article 1 and 2, then it's null and void. And be that as it may, I hear the voices from members who have spoken here, the media,
the clergy and other people in this country pronouncing themselves on this. This then indicts the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has taken a direction, Honorable Speaker, that is dangerous for itself. Because being the Supreme Court, it should be highly respected and revered. But the fact that this alone can make the people rise and go and even block it, question it, it means that it has taken a very wrong trajectory because it's not resonating with the people of Kenya and is likely to lose its authority as the Supreme Court of this country. And therefore, a word of caution to the Supreme Court, that any time they are making the laws, they must make the laws as per the Constitution. So then, Honorable Speaker, let me refer you back to our penal code. Interestingly, being a teacher of history, the penal code was brought in this country by the British when they colonized us. And they brought it in 1930 to be specific. And it was adopted in the Kenyan laws and has not been changed. In fact, later on in my speak, I will be quoting Justice Ouko, who quoted it, that in its section 62, it criminalizes carnal knowledge against the order of nature, with a penalty of 14 years imprisonment. This provision is applicable to sexual intercourse between men. Section 63 prohibits attempts to commit the offenses criminalized under Section 62, with a penalty of 7 years or above. This penal code, which we are referring to, was brought by the British law in 1930. They are the ones who brought it. So if anybody is quoting laws, imagining that there are some foreign laws and other laws that are just African, no, this was a British law in 1930. Honorable Speaker, when this matter began in the lower courts, the High Court, the Court of Appeal, all those courts, the lower courts, refused to register this organization because they quoted the penal code. They said we cannot register an organization that will propagate the interests that are against the law. Because there have been, Honorable Speaker, several attempts to challenge the penal code. But however, none of them have been successful. And you'll find in this judgment, I'm holding the judgment, Justice Ouko questioning the fact that he cannot support this matter because already it dissents because it's against the penal code. The judges who went ahead to register this thing did references, Honorable Speaker. One of their references was all European countries except Botswana, where you know where King Muswati can do what Muswati can do. But none of the other references they went to was an African state. I want to say, so that I don't even take extra time, that this is a wrong judgment and we shall indict the Supreme Court. And if possible, we as members of parliament and leaders of the people could organize demonstrations.
We have Honorable Julius Ole Sunkuli, MP for Kilgoris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I stand in support. And Mr. Speaker, I was reading a book called Giovanni's Room, which was written in 1958. And what surprises me about that book, Mr. Speaker, is that even as early as that, homosexuality was already a problem in the West. The only good thing about it is that at that time, the writers considered homosexuality as a disease, as a problem. And when you look at the way this disease has been spreading in the West, I am tempted to borrow the words of Sir Michael Blundell when he said, "So rough a wind." There is a wind, Mr. Speaker, that is blowing, and it is so rough a wind. There is a temptation by one culture to come and dominate other cultures.
Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo going out. She's supposed to be the next to speak.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, that this so rough a wind that is blowing, if you know what is going on in our schools, if you know what is going on in secrecy in this country, the whole thing about homosexuality is actually on the rise. And we have to be alert as institutions of Kenya. And I want to request the Supreme Court of Kenya to always remember that they are the Supreme Court of the Republic of Kenya. And they must be like us. They must think like us. In the first place, this country, between the Christians and the Muslims, we are 93%. If you might differ a bit on the mathematics, the Christians being 63% and 30% being the Muslims. And each of those dominant religions believe that sex be conducted in accordance with the order of nature. Regardless of whether what my learned friend, what my honorable friend Karoli says is trying to understand how, be sympathetic about how people behave. The truth is that our religions, and I'm a Roman Catholic, do not believe that this is the way to go. But more important is that we are Africans. And gentlemen and ladies, honorable members, let us not behave like the word values has lost value. There must be value in values. So what do we stand for, we here who are black Africans? It has never been in our nature to behave the way the Supreme Court wants to persuade us to behave. We must stand, if nothing else, tall and strong because of our culture. I don't know myself how it actually works, how this thing called homosexuality works. I know that under the penal code, men are not supposed to have sex with men. I'm surprised, Mr. Speaker, because you are also a lawyer, it does not even think about women having sex with each other. That is not even contemplated. I think it was a very distant idea. So, if we want to survive as Africans and not go through the slippery road that the West has gone through, we have to preserve our culture. The numbers in the West are reducing because they are propagating something, they are promoting something called queer. How do you even promote something called queer? Mr. Speaker, the preservation of our dignity, the preservation of our faiths, the preservation of our religions, and the future of our children demands that we say no to this trend that is being developed. I support.
The Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, the MP for Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I was running some little fever, and I was almost giving up on my position. But thank you for giving me this chance to add my voice to the foregoing motion. I want to thank the honorable member who brought it to the floor of the House. We have had many court rulings that are questionable in the recent past, Honorable Speaker. And among them, there was recent, other than the one on LGBTQ, is the idea that upon divorce, then people or couples should have their matrimonial property divided according to how they made contribution to that property. And I was left asking, if we all pursue property as man and wife, then who takes care of the children? It is the women going for property, the men also going for property, because they don't know what happens tomorrow, and the children are left on their own, Honorable Speaker. The kind of court system, the judicial system that we have in this country is adversarial. It is adversarial to the extent that we have a litigation that is undertaken before an impartial judge who is presumed blind, deaf, and also dumb. And we have parties present their case, and depending on how they argue out their case, a decision is made by the bench. I wonder if we were ever friends of the court in this matter as members of the National Assembly or any of our representatives. Once the matter has been passed, Honorable Speaker, we are here condemning the matter and saying that the judges did this and this. You realize that there is a separation of powers. We, as the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker, must make laws, and the judiciary must mediate upon disputes and also make their own judgments. Have we failed as a House? That is a question that should also rule as we debate on this matter. Honorable Speaker, it is despicable that we are having and breeding a society where there is no direction upon our children, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when was the last time you told your son on how to behave where there is a girl? Honorable Speaker, when was the last time I told my daughter how to behave where there is a boy? We are busy looking for money. We are busy doing our own businesses. We are busy studying and leaving our children to technology, buying them the most expensive phones, and they go to sites that attract them. They go to sites, Honorable Speaker, where they see men marrying men and women marrying women, women kissing women, and men kissing men. And there are people who are enticing these young people, Honorable Speaker, to engage in this kind of activities. Where is the role of the family in socializing our own children? Honorable Speaker, before we castigate the courts, what are we doing as a parliament? Honorable Speaker, in my language, they say, and I quote, "I blame Ogwang, ti blame Nyakagweno." For that I mean, when the chicken leaves its, they call the chicklings or whatever, the chicks, and they are taken away, it is asked, why did you leave your chicks to be taken? Honorable Speaker, the divorce rate in this country is too much. Where do we leave our children? Who teaches our children? Honorable Speaker, we have people who are ready to sponsor these young men into these activities. Homosexuality is so rampant in our secondary schools, Honorable Speaker. Do we have people who go to teach our children against this thing in secondary schools? Do we have people who openly talk about gay and lesbian relationships in our secondary schools where we have our teenagers? And we are here castigating the courts, Honorable.
30 seconds only.
30 seconds. This is what I say. We have failed as a society, Honorable Speaker. And on this matter, we need to come out and educate our children. We need to come out and be there for our children. We need to come out and just tell these people who are encouraging our children into bad manners to get out of Kenya and go back to their countries. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lilian Gogo. The Honorable Kaindi Katana, the MP for Kaloleni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to join my colleagues in condemning the ruling of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, we as Africans, we have our African and cultural values, which the Western and the Americans must respect. This country is guided by the rule of law and the Constitution. The Supreme Court contradicted itself by saying that homosexual is not allowed in our country as per the Constitution. Then how come that the same judges are now saying the gays, the homosexual, lesbian, they have a right? What a contradiction. The Supreme Court judges must apologize to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid this House is slowly losing its authority to the judiciary through the back door. So this House must stamp its authority. I'm a Catholic by faith. I know the teachings that homosexual is not allowed. Both the Bible and the Quran pronounce itself that marriage is for a man and a woman. Mr. Speaker, what feelings would I have for another man? This is the cleverest way by the West and the Americans to reduce the population in Africa, and Kenya is a target. Mr. Speaker, there is a conference going on in Belgium, and we have Kenyan delegation. I had the privilege in January. I was in Arizona through the invitation of the Family Watch International. One of the clauses in the so-called trade is that we should embrace comprehensive sexual education for us to get aid. This is the second colonization by the West. If we have to embrace homosexual for us to get aid, then we don't need it in Kenya. And I'm calling upon our president, who is a Christian and a family man, to address the nation on the issues of LGBTQs. And I'm calling upon all Kenyans, from the political divide or religious divide, we have to come together and condemn these activities. You saw what happened in Kisii. Young children are being asked on how to do homosexual. And these people, they're here. They have penetrated everywhere, all the institutions of this country. And there's a lot of money which is flowing. They have the agents in this country. Mr. Speaker, we should be allowed to practice what is good for us. We should not be dictated by the West, and particularly the Americans. Let them stay with their bad behaviors where they are and leave us. But they should not colonize us or should not give us aid with the conditions. Look at a scenario. If my mom was married to another woman, or my dad was married to another man, could I be here? So, what are they telling us? Even the animals, they're not attracted to a female or a female. So why are they trying our living God? Because God created a man and a woman. So we should condemn these acts, and we should come together. We should not blame anybody, but we should come together and say, no, enough is enough. If it's aid from the West or the US, let them stay with their aid. We don't need it, but let them leave us with African values and Christian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You Honorable Katana, the Honorable Caroline Ngelechei, let the voice of Elgeyo Marakwet be heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Caroline Ngelechei is a Catholic, and as we all know, we are in the period of Lent. This is a period whereby Christian religious observe in the liturgical year commemorating the 40 days Jesus Christ spent fasting in the desert and enduring temptation. I think this is the temptation of our time. Mr. Speaker, it is a period for Christians and even Muslims to reflect on ecological sins and fast from habits that hurt nature. This is one of the habits that hurts nature, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to contribute to what Mr. Mwalio is against. Mr. Speaker, at times, when you hear things being pronounced here and there, I think at times in Africa we should, or specifically Kenya, we should be very choosy and decide to choose our problems. We have so many problems that are affecting us. We have so many problems that we should be spending time in this house discussing, rather than the so-called LGBTQ or whatever. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to add problems on top of problems. This thing is becoming a problem. Mr. Speaker, if you can imagine of a generation whereby men will be working alongside men. And Mr. Speaker, one thing that keeps me asking myself is, why do these people who decide to unite as men and women change their ways? Or you find a man who has decided to be married to another man, start pretending to be a woman. They put on earrings. At times they put on, I don't know, diapers to look like women. They inject some hormones. Why don't you just stand with your suit and walk with another man with a suit, so that we know you are proud of whatever you're doing? Mr. Speaker, I think it is about time we call out on these people that they should be sure of what they want and keep off. Freedom of expression or freedom of whatever somebody wants to do should not also affect freedom of somebody else who does not want to do it, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is sad to imagine, Africans, or we were told to live our traditions. One of them was polygamy. So they started telling us, be jealous and don't share men with other women. But then these people, Mr. Speaker, are sharing men with objects or whatever gadgets they use to facilitate their whole affair. Because I believe if you start doing unnatural things, you must modify some parts of your body, or you must bring in gadgets to help you achieve whatever was supposed to be achieved naturally, Mr. Speaker. So the whole thing is ill-informed, because you cannot tell a human being to resist sharing another human being, and then you tell them it is right to use an object to share. Already those people are in polygamous relationship, because for you to satisfy another man and you don't have whatever it takes, you have to involve a gadget or an object. So you are already in a polygamous relationship, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, we have better things to do. And Mr. Speaker, if we must embrace this whole thing, we can make money out of it. Let us start companies to manufacture the gadgets in the EPZ and take it to them, those who want to use it. Mr. Speaker, we have enough natural gadgets around us and we can utilize them. Those in need of them, we can do a factory in EPZ, we do the necessary, and then we take them to wherever they need it. But as around here, I think, Mr. Speaker, third thing should not be something to be discussed. Mr. Speaker, sometimes, I think it was 3 years ago, the Chinese manufactured something called Samantha. And the women were so jealous with that Samantha thing, because it was giving us an unfair competition. Because it was used... Sorry, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. We are human beings. We are not meant to compete with objects. Samantha was using electricity. I am using blood and flesh. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to categorically support, and because the
30 seconds, because you took a bit of time laughing at Samantha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole affair, to me, is hot air, because already we know that our constitution outlaws sexual acts between consenting adults. But at the same time, you are allowing something which is outlawed you are allowing them to form association. So, Mr. Speaker, I can call it hot air, and it shouldn't be either here nor there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Oscar Nabulindo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to also express myself on this motion of adjournment brought by Honorable Mwalio. First, I take this opportunity to join hands with my colleagues who have strongly condemned the Supreme Court ruling about this issue that is burning the nation. Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a very, very religious country. And since that ruling was made, debate has been going on around this country about our beliefs. This is Africa, and in Africa we have values, norms, and traditions that we subscribe to. And so this ruling has actually gone against the values, norms, and traditions that we believe in Africa. Mr. Speaker, sir, this ruling is actually giving very bad precedents to this country, because so many other groups are going to come up and it's going to be chaotic in this country. For example, we have these very many groups which believe in fantasies and fetishes, like there are those who subscribe in bestiality. They are also going to say they want their right to associate. We have the necrophilias. They are also going to say they want rights to associate. We have pedophiles. They also want rights to associate. So if such rulings are made in this country, then this president is going to make very complicated decisions in future for this country. Mr. Speaker, we should be careful as a country of what we adopt from the Western countries. In Western countries, they have their own beliefs, they have their own norms, and they have their own traditions if they have. And so by just copying because we are seeing things on the internet without considering what the majority of people feel is actually wrong. And of late, the Supreme Court has been making very controversial rulings that do not actually go hand in hand with the beliefs of the many Kenyans. And I wonder why that is happening in this country, where the Supreme Court is always ruling against the thoughts and ideas of the majority of Kenyans. If this debate, even in this House, almost 100% of the members of the House are opposed to that kind of ruling. So it means the whole country, and this represents the people. It means 90%, 99% of the country do not subscribe to that kind of behavior. So why are they ruling? On whose favor are they ruling? So, Mr. Speaker, is it a coincidence that the First Lady of America was here and 2 days later a ruling was made, and then 1 day later Kenya was promised to receive 16 billion shillings? Is it a coincidence, or is it something that was planned well by the government and the Supreme Court and the Western country where the First Lady came from? That's America. Mr. Speaker, there's so much that we can talk about this issue, but I can see the red light is on, and I'll give other members time.
The Honorable Rashid Bedzimba, MP Kisauni.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
kwa kuniruhusu niweze kupenyeza sauti yangu kwa swala hili. Nitakwenda kwa haraka kwa sababu ya muda na wengine pia wapate nafasi ya kuchangia. Kwa kweli, Mheshimiwa Spika, inasikitisha sana Mahakama Kuu kuidhinisha kusajiliwa kwa vyama hivi vya usagaji na ushoga. Yaani kwa njia nyingine inaitwa uhanisi. Mimi nitawahusia majaji hao kwamba wamche Mwenyezi Mungu. Hapa duniani tumekuja kulima shamba ambalo matunda yake tutayapata huko mbele. Kwa hivyo lolote wanalolifanya hivi sasa, maamuzi yote wanayotoa hivi sasa, watakutana nao mbele ya hera, ambao wote wataondoka katika ulimwengu huu. Hakuna mtu atabaki. Na pia wao wajue kwamba wataweka kumbukumbu za vizazi vilioko na vitakavyokuja kulingana na maamuzi yao hayo ambayo wanayafanya hapa. Nchi hii ni ya watu wanaoabudu Mungu. Leo tunalazimishwa kuabudu shetani. Ikiwa saa hii tunaabudu Mungu na ukame ndio huu, je, huko tunakoelekea si kutatokea maafa ambayo hatutayaweza sisi? Mila na maadili zetu za Kiafrika haituruhusu kushangilia utovu huu wa nidhamu. Ushoga haukubaliki Kiafrika, haukubaliki na dini zote. Kwa kweli nchi za magharibi zinatumia umaskini wetu kutulazimisha mambo ambayo wanataka wao. Tusiwakubalie, tuje pamoja kama taifa tukemee. Dini zote zisimame kuelimisha waumini wao kuwa njia hii ni ya shetani. Tusikubali kuelekea kule waliko wao. Wametufundisha kutembea uchi, wengine wakaigiza, sasa wanataka kutungiza kwa shimo, sasa walete ushoga, mwisho hata kwenye jumba kama hili la kitaifa la kutunga sheria. Ikiwa mtakubali kutakuja spika moja wejishoga linkaa pale, linjipaga rangi ya mdomo, hapa utakuwa sasa ndio tushamaliza kabisa taifa zima. Tusimame imara, tupinge hili jambo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Geoffrey Ruku, the MP from Mbeere North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I use the front? This thing, I'm tall, Mr. Speaker.
It's gone. You have 3 minutes only.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support and at the same time to question a number of issues. One, when I am a Catholic, Mr. Speaker, and when the Pope made the statement on the issue to do with homosexuality or the gay, you wonder, Mr. Speaker, whether the interpretation of the Leviticus chapter 20 verses 13 is exactly what we are understanding as Christians. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we saw the Church of England giving the mandate for the clergy to ceremonize marriages of the same sex. So you see, the church, or what we may call the body Christi, is reading from the different scripts, or the body Christi is not in unity, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's high time for the church to call a synod of bishops so that the bishops of the Western world and the bishops of the African countries can be able to speak with one voice. Because the bishops in Rome, they are telling us that homosexuality is not a crime. The bishops in African countries are telling us we should not even think about homosexuality. Number two, Mr. Speaker, is that as parents we are supposed to raise our children without the Supreme Court telling us that our children have the right to engage in issues to do with gay and lesbian and such kind of issues. So I rise to support the motion that this thing should be condemned with the strongest terms possible in our nation. But the church should be in a position to speak in one voice because it's a universal church. We don't have an African church, American church, and the Church of Europe. Church is one. They should be in a position to speak in one voice.
Honorable Andrew Okuome, Adepo MP for Karachuonyo, for 3 minutes or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's strange that I'm talking or I'm given opportunity to talk about what I hate, because our culture certainly does not allow us even to discuss, leave alone consider. It is a taboo to think of a man marrying a man. It is against our culture. Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering about a situation where your neighbor, a man like you, comes up with another man and introduces that man to you as his wife. Surely you will think this man has gone mad. He's not working in brain. If you look at our culture and compare it with the Europeans one, or rather, or the American one, surely, Mr. Speaker, I tell you, our culture is rich and they admire it. A number of times when they visit Kenya, they tell you clearly that they admire our culture. But they want to erode it from another side, coming up with marriage issue. So in terms of our culture, I say a very firm no, and this case has come to us not to consider, but in my opinion, it has come to us to condemn. And we should be one thing in condemning this, let me call it suggestion, because it will not even be a motion. I don't know how we would discuss it, if it is. Now, moving away from culture, let me talk about our religious inclination. We have two major religions in Kenya, the Christianity and the Muslim. I've heard my colleague who is a Muslim speaking, and I'm sure if you ask him to speak more, he will tell you that sex by people of the same gender is a taboo. A similar thing applies to Christianity as well. The Bible condemns it. Culture condemns this thing we are talking about. So where is our entry point? I think what we have is just one unifying voice. Let us condemn this, and I therefore don't have any favorable word, even one word, positive, I don't have for this suggestion. I call it so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the time is against me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moses Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important motion as it relates to the existing discussion before the House. Mr. Speaker, sir, my aim is to say that this motion is timely because it deals with the real core of the family values. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court went beyond what it's supposed to do because it undermines itself. It has shown that it lacks integrity because it should be a custodian of our culture. It should be a custodian of our, what we call tenets of the society, or what unites Kenya. If you look at it clearly, it goes even against the Constitution. Because, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you will allow me to quote the Constitution, if you look at Article 55, sub-Article D, Article 55, yes, Article 55D says that, Mr. Speaker, that the youth, the state shall take measures including affirmative action programs to ensure that the youth are protected
from harmful culture, practices, and exploitation. If you look at the culture which is now being introduced to us through the Supreme Court, that culture is going to be harmful against our youth, because that culture is going to make sure that the youth do not become future mothers and future fathers of tomorrow. Because if we registrate or we recognize this group, the lesbians and gays, it means clearly that it's against our culture, and that's against the Constitution. As it is said that the Constitution is the supreme law of this country, this parliament is the representative of the people of Kenya. And this parliament today is saying that what the ruling of the High Court, the ruling of the Supreme Court, is obnoxious, is against the dictates of the African culture. It should be dealt away with. What surprises me is to
Thank you, Honorable Kirima. The Honorable Kuria Kimani, the MP for Molo.
Nashukuru sana mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa muda huu wa kuweka mawazo yangu katika huu mjadala. Mstahiki Spika, huu uamuzi ambao umefanywa na mahakama kuu, ama inaitwa kwa kimombo Supreme Court, nilikuwa najiuliza, wale ambao waliandika katiba yetu walitupa mikono mitatu ya serikali. Wakatupa ile tunaita executive, wakatupa bunge, na wakatupa makoti ama judiciary. Bunge, wakati tunaenda kupitisha kipengele chochote cha sheria, baada ya sisi kupitisha hapa, lazima hicho kipengele kiende kwa Mheshimiwa Rais ili aweze kutia sahihi, ndio hicho kipengele kipate kuwa sheria. Na kama Mheshimiwa Rais anadhani ya kwamba kwa vyovyote vile kwamba hiyo sheria haifai, anaweza kurudisha kwa bunge ili bunge iweze kufikiria tena kuhusu hilo swala. Na hata baada ya Mheshimiwa Rais kusema kwamba hiyo sheria iko sawa na ametia sahihi na imekuwa sheria, basi kuna Mkenya yote anaweza enda kotini na kufanya huo uamuzi wa hiyo sheria iweze kuwekwa kando. Tunapoangalia vile executive inafanya kazi yake, mstahiki Spika, lazima wakuje hapa bunge waombe bajeti, na hata baada ya hiyo, hata wakijaribu kutumia kama kile kipengele cha sheria cha 223, basi sisi tunao jukumu ya hata kukataa yale maamuzi ambao executive imefanya. Lakini ifikapo kwa makoti zetu, wakati jambo limepita katika ile koti ya chini, imefika kwa High Court, imefika sasa kwa Supreme Court, na Supreme Court inaweza kufanya decision ama kufanya uamuzi kama huu ambao kabisa hauendani na maadili ya kijamii. Sisi kama Wakenya tunafaa kufanya nini? Na nafikiri ni jambo ambalo hii bunge tunafaa kujadili. Nilikuwa naangalia kwa sababu sio hii peke yake. Mheshimiwa Gogo aliongea kuhusu ile sheria nyingine ambao walipitisha mambo ya ugawaji wa mali katika ndoa. Na kama imefanywa na Supreme Court, basi mtu kama anadhani kwamba hiyo ni juu ya ama sio vizuri kulingana na katiba yetu, mtu anafaa kwenda kutafuta suluhu wapi? Na nafikiri nikiangalia haya masuala yote ni jambo ambalo tunafijidi tufikiria kama nyumba, kwa sababu tunaweza kuwa na majaji wa Supreme Court ambao watatupa sheria ama kufanya uamuzi ambao kabisa utaharibu uchumi wetu na utaharibu nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na nashukuru Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana. Mheshimiwa Gonzi Rai, mjumbe wa Kinago.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ninashukuru kwa sababu ya kunipa nafasi hii, na kwa haraka kwanza ningetaka nilaani vilivyo sheria iliyotolewa ama uamuzi uliotolewa na Mahakama Kuu, kwa sababu hiki ndiyo chanzo cha upotofu wa jamii. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwanadamu alipokuja katika huu ulimwengu alipewa vitabu viwili, Biblia na Qur'an. Mwanadamu akaja akajiongezea katiba. Sasa angalia kile kilichotengenezwa na mwanadamu kimekosa kuheshimiwa mpaka imefika mahali tunapelekwa ambako siko. Fikiria Bwana Spika, utoke hapo ukifika nyumbani, mtoto wako anakuja na mwaliko wa kusema Jumamosi nataka kuolewa na mume mwenzangu. Utawaambia nini wajumbe wenzako ukifika hapa?
ni jambo la aibu sana. Kwa hivyo tulani vilivyo, na nilikuwa namuuliza Mheshimiwa Bedzimba, Ijumaa ni siku ya maombi. Tuziulize misikiti yetu na makanisa, tufanye kunguti juu ya hawa majaji. Mungu apate kuwapa majibu, kwa sababu huku ni kutaka kutumaliza kwa njia nyingine ya mlango wa nyuma. Hapa tumefika mwisho wa utengenezaji wa sheria, na kama kutakuja kitengo chengine, Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri sasa tutachukua kitengo cha dini kupambana na hawa watu, na watauona mwisho wao, kwa sababu labda penginepo hawajajijua mahali walipo. Tuwaulize ni wa dhehebu gani. Asante Bwana Spika.
Mjumbe Robert Basil, mwakilishi wa Yata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by thanking my brother for bringing this motion. I also condemn strongly the ruling of the Supreme Court, which was ill-advised or in bad faith. We should not be talking of homosexuality. We should be talking of food insecurity, increased cost of living, or drought, issues of drought. The issue on the subject matter defeats the principle of procreation and is against our values or traditions. From a medical front, even gays have more risk of getting HIV and AIDS. So I fully condemn this, and we need to remain strong and be against the vice. When it comes to discrimination, we should not discriminate gays, lesbians based on their sexual orientation. So that is what I thought I should bring on board, because we condemn the vice. But when it comes to employment and other issues, we should not discriminate them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable John Makali, MP for Kandui, Senior Counsel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this motion. First, I wish to state, Honorable Speaker, that I will want to side with the minority in the Supreme Court. Side with the minority in the sense that homosexuality, gayism are not African concepts at all. And the Supreme Court, in the discharge of its functions, it speaks for the people of Kenya. It derives its authority from the people of Kenya. None of those concepts are African traditions. And as a House of Representatives, we must condemn in the strongest terms the judgment of the Supreme Court. Why do I say that? Of late, and when the Constitution of Kenya was being created, the Supreme Court was created as the apex court that would ooze judicial wisdom. But of late, Honorable Speaker, we are witnessing a lot of judgments from the Supreme Court that really leave Kenyans wondering as to whether that court really is in sync with the people of Kenya or not. Article 45 of the Constitution of Kenya recognizes the family as the basic unit of social protection and social order in our society. And it goes forth to say that a person has a right to form up a family with a member of the opposite gender, of the opposite sex, by the Supreme Court recognizing or stating that gays, lesbians are free to form up associations. It was, in fact, going against the very provisions of the Constitution with which it's supposed to enforce. Because no right is absolute. All rights are limited. And when you look at the provisions of Article 27 of the Constitution of
Honorable Beatrice Kemei, mjumbe wa Kericho.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion that we have about the impact of LGBTQ on youth and vulnerable members of the society. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed very sad to learn of the ruling of the Supreme Court. I feel even ashamed on my behalf and behalf of the many others who are not here, and I stand with the minority who in the public now, us as the public, we are the majority. And Mr. Speaker, I am a Christian and I uphold Christian values and virtues. I even wonder, when taking oath, even those in the Supreme Court, they used the Bible or the Quran, yet they do not agree with the teachings of the same. So I must say that whatever they are believing in has negative impact on our children and the future generation. At the moment, we are dealing and speaking against the incest, are fighting it, and that is and many other issues that are concerned with sex. Yet here, they are upholding it. When we see our children reaching the age of 30 or above, a boy at that age is not getting married, we get worried. We see a girl not getting married, we get worried. Are they homosexuals? What are they? And this one, we are against it, and personally, I am saying, let us uphold our African culture, and let
Honorable Patrick Osero, MP for Borabu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, right from the onset, even in the Bible, it says in the Garden of Eden, there was Adam and Eve. It was not Adam and Steve. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that 40 years ago, we will not be here discussing this issue. It will not find itself to the floor of the House. But given the metamorphosis of the social world, we need to send a very strong, clear message that we have bigger issues to discuss than discussing these things of sexual immorality. Mr. Speaker, even an ant, a male ant knows a female ant. A bull knows a female, the cow. Are you telling me that a normal human being does not understand the difference between a woman and a man? Mr. Speaker, this is preposterous and we should stop it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Joseph Makilap, MP for Baringo North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to declare that I'm a Christian, and this granting of the Supreme Court of Association of Lesbians, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer is both against the Bible and against the Constitution of Kenya. And it is a time that we should know that the majority decision in Supreme Court actually did the wrong thing. And as a Christian, I condemn them to everlasting fire. So, Speaker, look at me and you. Can we be able to attract? God created people in opposite, even magnets. Magnets attract the opposite, and the negative attract one another. So, Speaker, the church, I call the Christians, the Muslims of this world, of this country, to get united and exercise Article 1 of the Constitution, that the sovereignty of the people of Kenya shall be exercised by the elected leaders. And we must condemn this and consign them, and I pray in this house that may God of heavens save Kenya and the people of Kenya from this draconian ruling by the Supreme Court.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, 2nd March, 2023 at 2:30 p.m.